Hello, welcome to the reading blog of hell. I am 38 pages, 3 chapters into Immortal Game by Allison Saft, and I'm not having a good time. A smarter man would DNF this book, but I have never claimed to be a smart man. I don't like DNFing books. That's my character flaw. I just never DNF books, so we're gonna suffer through this. And I think I've been reading this for like a month. I read like 30 pages in a month. And the only way I'm getting through this is by making a video about it and complaining a lot, probably. I hope it gets better. It's not going to get better, I can tell. I read one other Allison Saft book, A Dark and Drowning Tide. When I read that, I gave it 3 stars, and then I retroactively bumped it down to 2 because it was boring, and like my opinion of it soured over time. I went in, it was like fine, and then the ending's like bad. I didn't think anyone liked that ending. I saw a lot of reviews for that book, and not a single person liked the ending, and it was kind of weirdly, slightly problematic in that the fact that nothing changes about their really corrupt society. It's kind of weird. It's weird. But I thought the writing in that was okay for the most part. The romance was pretty bad. Like, the main character spoke in really cheesy romantic sound bites and did like these long love confessions that were not like really particularly well done. But really, other than that, the writing was like pretty fun. Like a standard kind of 3-star book. This is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. This is an art copy. It's not gonna drastically change in the finished version. It's just not very good. So I read the description of this book and I went, that sounds a little bit stupid. And so it's kind of my fault that I'm going into the stupid premise book and I'm gonna complain about its stupid premise. But it's not necessarily the stupid premise that is the problem here. The problem is that the book doesn't know it has a stupid premise. You could write a book with a premise 1,000 times stupider than this and do it successfully if you're self-aware and you lean into the absurdity. You maybe even lean into a comedy, maybe even push further than that to where it doesn't even have to be funny. It can be a really serious thing, but you fucking commit to the bit and you really explore this weird fucking idea and you make it your own and you really sell people on it with the quality of your writing and your thought process and like all of the world building work you've done. This is just a bad premise. None of that went into it. It's not funny. It's not self-aware. It's not interesting or like new or refreshing. It's just not very good. It's just not very good so far. This is about a 19-year-old girl. She's a professional chess player. When she was 13 years old, her sister was kidnapped by the king of the fairies, the fairy high king guy, to be his bride. And she is now going to challenge him to a game of chess to win her sister back. There's a big chess tournament that happens only once every 100 years or so between the Earth world and the fairy world, and it takes place in fairyland with the king. King Midir is hosting it, and whoever wins the tournament gets a wish granted by him. And so Shay Fury, what a fucking romantasy name, Shay Fury is gonna enter the tournament and win and wish for her sister to be granted freedom. The lesbian romance here is that the king's little sister is also a chess player who's in this tournament. And they're like enemies to lovers, rivals. If you're wondering where the lesbians are, hi, welcome to Mostly Sapphic Books, where I am on a mission to read every book about lesbians. That's why we're suffering here, for the lesbians. Now, I don't know how stupid that description sounded when I said it. Some of it almost, maybe I'm like so desensitized, or I'm so, I don't know, I'm too immersed in the world where that doesn't sound stupid anymore, but I promise the first time I read this description, I was like, that's a little bit stupid. But I am the type of weird, nerdy lesbian to go, chess is pretty cool. I like chess, kinda. I'm not like a big chess guy, I'm not good at it. But like, I'm the type of nerd who goes, you know what, I like a chess story. Why are there fairies playing chess? I don't fucking know, but like, maybe you can make it work. A better writer could have made this work, probably. It's not working for me here. I have so many questions, and I'm jumping the gun here. I'm 3 chapters in, so we don't really have that much information yet, but like, I have so many fucking questions. Okay, first off, Shay Fury, right now she's in America. I'm pretty sure she lives in America, and her mom lives in America. Her name's Shay Fury, and her sister's name was like Étaín, and the fairies are Irish for some reason, and so like, is she Irish? Did they move to America? Maybe that's not the biggest question in the world. Maybe they just moved to America. Maybe if they were Irish. But I have okay, so the way I'm picturing the fantasy world, I don't read a lot of romantasy. This feels like a very straight genre. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sure there are lesbian romantasy fairy books out there. I haven't read a lot of them, and I feel like it's a predominantly heterosexual genre. This is the heterosexual genre of the times, and this feels very cookie cutter of that. I haven't read a lot of those books, but I've seen a lot of reviews for like the Sarah J. Maas books and all of that stuff, and so I kind of know like some of the tropes, and it's something. It's something. But I'm wondering why are the fairies Irish if they live in another realm that is not Ireland? The way I'm picturing this, we have the human plane, Earth if you will, and then there's another plane on top of it that's not the same thing. It wouldn't be the same thing like geographically or like topologically, but like the fairy world's up here, like on a different plane. They call it the other world, and there's an iron veil that separates them. You can't just go, except the fairies can't apparently just pop up. Again, the princess Kira, her name's Kira, Princess Kira of Bree Leith. Both of those are Irish names. She just pops up in America she tells Shay, don't enter the contest, it's gonna be funky, it's gonna be bad, you might not win, don't do it. Of course, Shay Fury, who I'm going to call Shay Fury because what a fucking name. It's spelled with like the Irish S-H-E-A and not like S-H-A-Y. If it was Shay Fury, S-H-A-Y, then she would be like a sports car driver. Shay Fury, like Fast and Furious, American Fury. But Shay Fury, the Irish spelling, is fucking romantasy. But anyway, Kira is an Irish name. And like, it's called the Irish, I wrote down, the Irish Otherworld. What does that mean? Are there other worlds? Is there an American otherworld? Why is she interacting with the Irish otherworld if she is in America right now? Maybe she's American. I don't remember if it said that in the beginning, and I read that a month ago and I just forgot, or if we just don't know that yet. She sounds Irish. But like, why? What is the Irish otherworld? I can't imagine it's connected to the Earthian continent of Europe, of like the actual country Ireland, which is Earth. And like on the fairy plane, again, I'm picturing like two planes on top of each other, and like this fairy kingdom just so happens to be on top of the Earth that is Ireland. And so like the Earthians call it like, oh, this is the Irish part of fairy world because it just so happens to be on top of Ireland. But why would the fairies refer to themselves as the Irish otherworld? They're from Fairylandia or something. Like, it wouldn't be Ireland because it's a different fucking realm. What does Ireland have to do with this plane of existence? I'm thinking way too big in the scope of the world building here, but that's just the way I am, and maybe we'll get answers for this, but I don't know that we're gonna get answers for like all of the fucking philosophical questions I'm gonna ask. Like, how long have both of these realms existed? Like, were they created at the same time? Or like universe, time, numbers, mathematics? I don't know. Or like, when can you argue whatever was created? But like, I mean, Ireland's not that old in the history of like the universe and like the space-time continuum. And I have to imagine that the fairy world is older than Ireland because Earth is older than Ireland. And so like, why wouldn't they have had a kingdom name before Ireland existed? Don't you think? If they're like an advanced magical creature with like more capabilities than like humans, they're like superior to humans. Maybe that's a loaded term, and I'm sure like she's gonna win the tournament and it's gonna be like, wow, the human was better and smarter and more clever than the fairies the whole time, but like they're better than us. Why would they name themselves after us? What's the history? Why would the fairy cities have Irish names? I don't think that makes sense to me. I, it makes sense in like out of world, like maybe the fairy like genre maybe comes from Irish folklore. I'm not too sure on that. Why are the fairies Irish? If they don't live in Ireland, they live in a different realm. They're aliens. We wouldn't call them the Irish aliens if they landed in Ireland. They'd be aliens who landed in Ireland. They're from Mars. I'm thinking too much, but like I feel like I have to. I need to know. What's the world building, Allison? Give me more. Also, why are they playing chess? Why are the fairies playing chess? We do learn that they don't have technology. They don't use like computers or anything. We're in the 21st century, by the way. That is something that strikes me as weird because she's just like on her phone, and like it's just like today. But also there's a magical fairy realm, and absolutely nothing about our day-to-day existence is really all that weird or like different than it is to us in the real world. She says like they learn like some Irish, or like not Irish, fairy. They learn some like fairy literature in school. She mentioned that. Nothing else is really different, even though there's like a plane of superior beings who can just like pop in anywhere. Also, why are they the Irish fairies? If they could just travel anywhere, they could just pop up in America. What is the connection to Ireland? Why are they Irish? And also, Shay is transported into the fairy realm at the end of chapter 3 here just by eating an apple from the Fae world, and then she's transported to Fairyland. Why are they Irish? What does Ireland have to do with this? And then again, back to the why are fairies playing chess? Why are fairies playing chess? I even tried to Google, like, is chess a common thing in romantasy? Because I feel like maybe I've heard that they play chess in a Sarah J. Maas book. Not to this extent, just like, you know, in a scene. The fairies also have the game chess and know what that is. Why do they have why are they, and also why don't they use technology? I just feel like you could adopt that. I mean, maybe they don't need it because they're just powerful. You don't need a car if you could just teleport to America across realms. I guess that makes sense, but also like why? If you played chess, is chess a fairy game? Did they invent it, or is it a human game that the fairies liked? In which case, I feel like they'd also like computer games. Those are fun. So like, why wouldn't they have that too? Just like for entertainment, you know, not like a necessity thing. They don't need cars, but like, I don't know. I'd play a video game if I were a fairy, an immortal fairy. They've got all the lifespan. They don't want like other forms of human entertainment and games. A technology, a VR helmet. The fairy king doesn't own a VR helmet. Why not? He might like that. Something about the combination of chess and magical fairies just feels weird. It just feels weird. And this book doesn't know that it feels weird. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe it's a me thing. But it even says like the fairy people who play chess, like her rival, the rival girl, Kira, she like can manipulate her opponents magically. Like she kind of plays dirty. And so like why are the humans playing chess with these people? And also thinking of like the broader political implications, like the US government is just fine that there's like a superior race of people on another plane that we can't touch, that are better than us at everything and can just like magically manipulate us with no effort whatsoever. I don't really believe you. Have we known about the fairy world forever? How long have humans known about the fairy world? I'm presuming like forever, because the fairies can just pop up, and it's been a long time, and maybe we're just like used to it. I just feel like there'd be like way more political implications. When Shay announces that she's gonna do this once in 100 years big tournament, it's like national news. Senators are calling her to congratulate her or like wish her luck, you know? And they say like, if you win, it's a big boom for America, you know, the Earthians here. And so like it's just like normal America. But like the political implications of another race of humanoid creature that can just fucking do whatever to you. I need more, and maybe the book will give me more. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. There's so much to think about. I have so many fucking questions. And I have just like some other plot problems as well with this book. Shay's sister that she's gonna rescue does not want to be rescued. She's like a weird kind of fairy something. This is her destiny. When the strange man comes when they're like kids and is like, "You're my bride, you're coming home with me." She's like, "This is weird, but you know, I'm not like saying, oh, like I'm not like that freaked out. I'm just like, I'm gonna need a little bit of time to think about this. I'm a child, I forget how old, but she's pretty young. At most she's 18, and I'm pretty sure she is not 18 yet. But she's like some kind of mystical fairy thing. We might get more about her birth. Her mom says she was a virgin birth, and no one believed her because her mom's a slut. But like even like the sister knows that like this is her destiny, and she says she wants to go with this man. And Shay Fury is like, "You're lying," but you can tell that she's not lying. I'm pretty sure that she's not lying, and that this is her destiny. And it's just Shay Fury being like, "That's fucking crazy. You just got kidnapped by a grown man." That's a reasonable concern from Shay, but also like I believe the sister is like magically fated to be the queen of Fairylandia. Sorry, the Irish otherworld. Also, it's been years. It's been 6 years since her sister got kidnapped. And as far as we're aware, like the sister hasn't tried to escape, hasn't been in contact with her to like get out. The sister wants to be there. So like we're doing this whole chess tournament for something that nobody wants. I mean, Shay Fury wants it, but like her sister doesn't want that. So the driving motivation for this book like it's not there. Because she's gonna win the tournament and get her wish. And the sister's like, "I don't even fucking want that." And so it's just like a character journey of the sister realizing that like not everything has to be about her perspective. And like she should consider other people, or you know, like she's so dogged in her pursuit of chess and being the best chess player and doing this thing. And it like has consumed her identity, and it shouldn't have, because all of this was fucking unnecessary, and her sister didn't ask her to do this, didn't ask her to come up with the chess thing. I don't know. So like what are we working for? I think it's just like a character journey, which could work in a book where I care about this character. I don't yet. I don't care about Shay Fury yet, to be honest. She's like, girl, your sister wants to go with that strange man. Let the strange man kidnap your sister. Also, I don't think Shay Fury is obsessed with chess enough. I think I would like this more if she were just fucking obsessed with chess. I don't want to say autistic because that maybe gives a weird connotation and plays on stereotypes. But like, if she was like so fucking tunnel visioned on chess, like she brought it up in every single conversation, knew just fucking everything about chess, did not talk about anything except chess. Like she walked outside and saw the street lamp and was like, "Wow, that looks like a bishop, kind of, the shape of it." Or it's like 8 street lamps and she's like, "Wow, a row of pawns." Like, I need her to be fucking over the top obsessed with chess. And then that would fix the problem of your weird, stupid premise if you lean into it and you make her the fucking chess lady. In this book, she is the chess lady, but it's sort of like reserved. Like, this is her job and she loves it and she's committed to doing well and being the best chess player to save her sister. But it's like too rational, you know? Like, she's doing this for her sister. She's doing this because it's like her one skill, the thing she's really good at. And so it gives like the same emphasis as like a woman in a romance novel who has like a big city business job, and she's like, "But I've worked my whole life to be big city business lady. You know, I went to school, I got the degrees, I did all the things, I'm so successful. This is what I've spent all of my time doing." And she's not like obsessed with big city business job, you know, she doesn't think about that in her downtime really. But you know, that's her identity, and so much of her identity is wrapped up in big city business job. She couldn't go live in the small town with the lumberjack man. That's crazy. So this is just like a job that she's passionate about for personal reasons, but like, I want her to fucking be the fucking chess lady. Just go ham about it and be like obnoxious about it. And then that would make her like more interesting, and then it would maybe give her extra character motives, and she's like, I'm just doing this tournament to save my sister. Yeah, it's selfless. When really she just like, I gotta be the best chess guy. I'm the chess guy. I'm the chess guy. Not the fucking king of the Irish otherworld. Fuck that guy. I'm gonna be the best chess player ever. And so like she has like this secret motivation or something. Which I think she does want to be the best chess player. but like she keeps talking about her sister. Like she's like too rational. I need her to be fucking weird about this. I think that'd be more interesting and just like, I don't know, make her a more complex character. I don't think she's like too two-dimensional or anything yet, but like I don't know if that's what I want. Also, who the fuck is this bitch? Again, I don't know if she's fucking Irish. I don't know if she's American. I don't think she comes from like a good family. I don't think she has like a father. And again, her mom was just like some whore who got pregnant as a teenager with a virgin fairy birth. I don't know. And then she had this chick who's just a human. And I don't think she's like from a important family. And it's like when she sees the king, the fucking king of the other world, spirit realm, superior being to you, she's just like bad mouthing him, like doesn't care. Kind of feels American in that way, like no respect for authority. It's like that being could like fuck you up. Why she speaks like so brazenly to the king and then the princess, his sister, who's like her rival. It's like I feel like you can't like talk like that to these very, very, very important people who are all powerful and like immortal. Like you can't just do that. And she just talks like they're anyone else. And then she gets calls from the senators when she announces that she's gonna do this, and she just like glosses over that. Like she doesn't care. Like she gets calls from senators every day, and I don't think she does. She's just a chess player. Maybe she has won tournaments before. Maybe she does have some like celebrity publicity. But it even says at one point that like her town doesn't know anything about chess, except like when the fairy chess tournament happens. You know, there's like banners around town and like suddenly people are into chess again for a little bit. It's a little fad right now. So like she's not like that famous, but she just acts like, you know, she doesn't. I don't know, like she's someone important. Maybe if she were the daughter of a big American politician or Irish politician or something, and so she was like on the level of royalty, so to speak, then she'd feel like equal to them. But she's not. I think she's just some fucking kid. I mean, she's 19, but like who is she? Like why is she speaking like that to these? I don't know. And again, I wish like the chess obsession thing played into that. Like if you really heighten the chess obsession, she's like, I don't give a fuck about senators. I don't care about chess. Oh, there's a good line. I can't really quote from this because it's an art copy and you're not supposed to quote art copies, but I'm like half hour into recording, so like no one's gonna know. No one's gonna know. So pretend I don't say this. Disclaimer, this line could be changed. It's an art copy. It's still in editing, whatever. This is how we're introduced to Midir. He was the High King of the Irish Otherworld, but more importantly, one of the best chess players of all time. That's not fucking more important than being the king of the fucking fairy realm. I'm sorry, but it's fucking not. And again, this character is like mostly rational. If this character only cares about chess, then that's a good line. And it's like, wow, she literally doesn't give a fuck about anything but chess. But she's not. She cares about things other than chess and like her family. So like, no, that's not more important. Shut the fuck up. I think that's like 10 pages in, and that was the point. I laughed at the book. Not with the book, I laughed at the book. And I was like, oh no. There was another cheesy line I wrote. It was the game of kings after all. Naturally, their ruler would be the king of games. To explain why the fucking fairies play chess. I mean, he is a king, but like, why are the fairies operating under the same kingly system as Earthians? Maybe the Earth idea of kings came from the fairies. How far back did this go? How far back do humans know about fairies? I've been saying Earthians instead of humans this whole time. I've lost my mind, guys. I'm way overthinking it. I think I've spent more time talking right now than I have reading this book, to be honest. I just have so many questions. Why? Again, I'm 3 chapters in. I don't know if this gets good. I mean, I hope it does. I don't want to suffer through like 400 pages. It's like, what? Oh no, it's not 400 pages quite. It's 387 pages, which is a lot. I'm 38 pages in. Only 350 more to go. 349, sorry. I'm hoping the romance is good. They only had one scene together, again. Irish princess, Fairylandia, Irelandia, fairy fucking other world. She pops into America and like taunts Shay Fury, and like they have some banter. Like it's romantasy, enemies to lovers banter. And I know they're gonna get into the tournament and like make an alliance, and then like work together for a bit. But obviously, only one of them can win. So probably the final match is them versus each other. I don't know if Medivh the king has to do this. I think he just grants the wish. I mean, he's probably in the tournament. We'll find out. Whatever. There's something about, I'm gonna do like a prediction, like a fun thing that might happen. I'm using fun loosely, but like just plot predictions here. So when her sister got kidnapped, she was like 11 years old or something, 11, 13. She challenged the king to a duel, to not take her sister away, to a chess match, a chess duel, like Yu-Gi-Oh. That's what I'm picturing. She challenges King Medivh to a fucking duel. The king of games. Fuck me. Okay. We can't, guys. Okay. She challenges him to chess and she loses because she's fucking 11 and she's playing against an immortal godlike being. But and his like a deal, they make a deal, a pact for that is, you know, if she wins, she gets her sister back, and if he wins, he gets to pluck out her eyeball, which he never does. And I think it's gonna be a thing where like if she loses in the tournament, maybe she gets both of her eyeballs plucked out because like she owes him one and then he takes another. But that's not even gonna be stakes at all because there's a point in this where she's training with her coach and they're doing blindfolded chess, which is not literally blindfolded, but it's just like they're just playing a chess game in their minds and they're like saying their moves and they have to like envision the board and like play it that way. So I think it's gonna be a thing where, you know, well, she can't see, how is she gonna see the chessboard, but she's practiced for this. You don't need eyeballs to play chess. Another thing that was like slightly weird, it kind of works. The coach was like, you never want to play from an unfavorable position. Like if she's down, she never like manages to work her way back up to an advantage. And she's like, no, I'm not gonna play from an unfavorable position. I'm just gonna always think ahead and be in a favorable position, which is clearly a character trait. And I think it works with the kind of sister arc where she thinks she knows what's best and she thinks she always has to be 2 steps ahead and she suspects that her sister is lying, but actually, you know, she just doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, and she's not 2 steps ahead, and she's not thinking favorably. She's not putting herself in a favorable position, and then she has to learn that, you know, sometimes she fucks up or makes mistakes, and then she has to figure out how to, you know, get around that by admitting the mistakes and recognizing them, and then improving and doing all that. So I'm sure that's gonna be something she learns in this. But also, like, if I was a fucking chess player, a professional chess player, of course you have to practice playing from, like, a down position. I feel like this is really fucking, like every single chess player would be doing that. Like, you would be given a board where, you know, you've lost more pieces, and then you'd have to, like, try even harder to work your way in. Because obviously that could happen again. And she's just like, no, that won't happen. Like, too arrogant. But, like, if you're obsessed with chess, which she's not that obsessed with chess, I wish she was more obsessed with chess. But, like, I don't know, if you're a professional chess player, you just have to do that. I feel like that's part of the job. And so, like, her resistance to that is, like, overly cocky. You know, it, like, shows that she doesn't really respect the game to me. But she seems to respect the game. That's, like, this is her only skill in life, is playing chess. I don't know. I didn't mean for this intro chapter to be this long. I've been recording for 38 minutes and I've read 38 pages. I don't know how often I'm gonna update this vlog, because I don't know how often I'm gonna read this book. I'm gonna try to get through it. This isn't published until August, so it might take me a few months. It's like May 4th. May the 4th be with me as I suffer through this. I hope it gets good. I hope I at least like the romance. Maybe like the romance is cute and like the team up. And, you know, like, she's a sassy fairy princess, and she does, like, play dirty, so maybe she hexes the opponents, and I don't know, maybe there's something fun there. And I've read in, I think it's the description, whatever, some of these people die, like, some of the other competitors die. Maybe it gets interesting. I hope it gets interesting, guys. I'll check back in. I like the cover. Is that anything? It's not enough, I'll tell you that. Hello, I'm back. It's a new day. I've started annotating this book, not for good reasons. I've also started taking notes, not for good reasons, although I'm being mean. This section that I read was better than the first part that I read, so I've read through the end of chapter 6, which is the first part. This book is sectioned into parts. I didn't know that when I started. How many pages am I in? I'm like 75 pages in. I'm gonna try not to update you every single 30 pages because that's fucking ridiculous. But it is the end of part 1 and that felt like a good stopping point. So I think I'm gonna commit to this being like a recap video. Like, I read Immortal Games by Allison Saft, so you don't have to. I know I spent like 20 minutes talking about the quantum physics of Ireland in the first part of this video, but I think this is, in fact, a wrap-up, a full plot kind of recap summary of this book. If you're here for fairy quantum physics, there's more of that later, don't worry. So where I left off, Shay Fury was in America, and she takes a bite of this Fae apple that Princess Kira gave her so that she can be transported into the Fae realm. I sort of like Shay in the scene right off the bat. This was the first time I was like, okay, I see you, Shay, I like you. Because this apple is a fairy apple, it sort of has this magical effect on her that is described similar to intoxication. And Shay says that she doesn't like the weird, tipsy, giddy feeling that it gives her. She doesn't like that loss of control, and that's why, like, she doesn't drink and stuff. And I liked this because I too am a buzzkill loser square who does not like intoxication and would not like this. This does sound bad. She describes it as giddy, so I'm pretty sure the author is saying, like, man, this chick needs to lighten up. She doesn't even like giddiness, no whimsy or joy, but like, no, she's a fucking loser buzzkill square, and I appreciate that, and we need more of that in literature, even though I think the message of that scene is like, damn, this bitch is tightly wound. That isn't that bad for her. No, she's a loser and I like her. Being intoxicated and literally transported to another realm also sounds fucking terrifying to me. So I got Shay Fury in this moment. She goes to not Ireland, not Fairylandia, Ireland. Still don't know what that's about. Still don't know why the fairies are Irish. She doesn't go straight to fairyland. She goes to like a purgatory land, which she describes as kind of foggy. There's not a lot of description here at all, but she gets on this boat, and this boat in this foggy purgatory realm takes her to the fairyland, the other world. And I don't think she's been to the other world before. I feel like if I went to another world, I would like maybe comment more on like the sights and the sounds and the scenery and like what this is like, the sort of full body experience, the visual experience, what is different from Earth. But she doesn't really linger on any of that. This boat ride section is actually really short. The only thing of note here, there's another person on this boat. It's another human competitor, and his name is Daniel Soy. Now, I heard the name Daniel Soy spelled like this, by the way. It's on the screen. Daniel Soy. And I thought we were about to meet the most milquetoast man of all time. You cannot get more milquetoast than Daniel Soy. And he's not that at all. He's an asshole, kind of prissy Russian dude. And I looked up, apparently this is like a legitimate sort of Russian name. Daniel spelled like that feels romantasy. Daniel Soy said like that in a very American accent, which I will continue to do. That's certainly one of the names of all time. You can't name that guy Daniel Soy. What are we doing? You can do that in a comedy. You can name the guy Daniel Soy in a comedy. Just like, you want me to take this seriously? You want me to say Daniel Soy? I will be saying Daniel Soy. Full. He's a guy that has two names now, like Shay Fury. You can't call her Shay. I've done it, but like, you can't do it. It's Shay Fury, and it's Daniel Soy. She has a very brief conversation with him, and then like nothing. It's like, it's a really short scene. I think it's just setting up the fact that Daniel Soy will eventually play a part later in the book. So this boat takes them right to the castle. I suppose Breeleaf. No one's ever like, welcome to Breeleaf, the city that we're in, the kingdom that we're in. It's always like, welcome to the other world, which is like kind of weird. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like they would say the city name more than welcome to Earth. You know, like we wouldn't say that. We'd say welcome to America or like New York, whatever. Like, we'd get a little more specific. I feel like these people know the other world exists. It's not like aliens coming to Earth for the first time. Although I guess maybe it is like her first time here. So whatever, we get to the castle where King Medivh lives and where Princess Kira lives and whatever. She comments on some of the surroundings here, like outside the castle. Like, she says there's trees, and then she says there's some plants, a lot of plant life, and she says that she can't name it, and I don't know if that's just because she's not a botanist and she doesn't recognize these plants because she wouldn't recognize any plants, or if, like, they're weird fairy life that doesn't exist on Earth. I don't know. It doesn't matter. She doesn't really care. That makes sense. She's not here to look at flowers. I would like some more descriptions, because I do feel like if you went to another realm, you're gonna be like, holy shit, like, this is weird. This is different. And even, I don't think she's been here before. Even if she has, she hasn't been to this castle. I don't think. Whatever. She doesn't spend a lot of time looking at her surroundings, which, like, kind of makes sense. I kind of wish there was more of it. Again, if she were obsessed with chess, this would make sense, because she really doesn't give a fuck about in another realm. She just wants to play chess. That would work. I don't know why this isn't a character trait. I'd like that more. But whatever. She gets into the castle, and immediately Princess Kira greets her and is like, let me show you to your room. And she makes a point of going, oh, wouldn't they have servants for this? But, you know, Kira is doing this specifically because Kira clearly likes her. She clearly likes their rival dynamic. There's clearly immediate sexual tension. I kind of like that Allison Saft is not dragging this out. She's just giving it to you. They walk off alone, and, like, the second they're alone in the hallway, Shay Fury, like, pins Kira up against the wall, and it's like, where's my sister? And she finds out that her sister, the queen now, is supposedly in the king's quarters, which is, like, sectioned off. No one can get there. I don't know. Shay assumes that she's being, like, kept there, trapped there. I have no evidence of this, so I don't believe that. But we haven't seen the sister yet. Allegedly, she's in the castle somewhere. Possibly. And then this whole interrogation scene, very sexually charged. Even Shay Fury is like, she's kind of pretty. Like, we're standing really close together. I can feel, like, her heartbeat where she grabs my wrist, and you know, like, there's clearly, like, sexual tension here, and I like that we're just getting into that, because the sexual tension did make me forget about quantum physics for a minute. I've spent a lot of this book thinking about quantum physics, and if there is just fairy smut, that will distract me from the lack of scientific accuracy in this fantasy novel. So for a second, I got it. I get the girlies who just want fairy smut. I don't know if there's gonna be smut in this. I don't know how explicit it is. But that might improve my rating of this book, actually, at this point. So I kind of like their chemistry. Shay Fury is kind of dumb. Doesn't really realize that Kira is, like, definitely flirting with her. Kira definitely has a crush on this girl. I don't think Shay Fury has a crush on her back. She's physically attracted to her, but doesn't even really want to admit that, because, like, she's so focused on her sister, who doesn't fucking need rescued, probably. If her sister needs rescued, I'm gonna be mad about it. Just because I think Shay Fury's a fucking idiot. She's not an idiot, she's, like, selfish, and she's, you know, overconfident in a way, or, like, she's sure that, like, her view of things is the correct one. I've never met anyone like that before. That doesn't remind me of anyone that we both mutually know. Anyway, Shay Fury wanders off to kind of explore the palace. She comes across this room where there's a bunch of, like, fairy talismans, you know, enchanted objects that are, like, really, like, important, or, like, legendarily crafted. There's, like, a cauldron that never empties, so you can have infinite food. There's a sword that if you point it at someone's neck, they're cursed to tell the truth, so you can interrogate people. She's talking to someone. It's like a cousin or something, or someone in the royal family, some fairy lady who lives here. Some noble fairy pops up and is, like, telling her some of the history of some of these objects. Or maybe it isn't a fairy, maybe it's a human. I think it's a human, whatever. Someone comes up, some fucking chick, it doesn't matter. I think it is a human competitor now that I'm thinking about it. She's talking about the fairy world, she's been researching this, whatever, and she says that King Midir has a talisman himself that he keeps on him, but he keeps it kind of a secret, and no one knows what it is. And we see King Midir later. There's been all of these paragraphs, every single time he's mentioned so far, it talks about, like, his emo hair in front of his eyes. He has swoopy emo hair. And then we see why he uncovers this emo hair in one scene, and he has a silver eyeball. And I'm like, that's Maximilian Pegasus. Is this Yu-Gi-Oh! Fanfiction? He's been called the King of Games. He has the Millennium Eye. And there's a whole room full of, like, other fairy talismans. Millennium objects. Is this Yu-Gi-Oh! Fanfiction? I'm like, is Shay Fury Yami Yugi? Maybe not Yami Yugi, because Yami Yugi's the fucking Egyptian ghost. I haven't seen Yu-Gi-Oh! In a long time, and I only watched the English dub as a child. Forgive my Yu-Gi-Oh! Knowledge. But then I was like, she's not Yu-Gi-Oh! She's Joey Wheeler. She's entering this competition to save her sister.
Hey there, big brother. How have you been? I really miss you. I can't believe it's been 6 years since we've seen each other. I'll never forget the day Mom took me to live with her.
And she's American, and is she from New York? Does she have the bad New York accent of Joey Wheeler? Is this Joey Wheeler? And then I got distracted by thinking, who's my Valentine? I had a crush on my Valentine as a kid. I don't think this is Yu-Gi-Oh! Fanfiction. I think the similarities are mostly a coincidence. Maybe Allison Saft has seen Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Fanfiction. Possibly inspired by Yu-Gi-Oh! Interesting. That would make me like it more. I don't know if it makes sense, but I do like Yu-Gi-Oh! But whatever, after the Millennium Talisman room, Shay like goes and takes a nap because the boat red like took it out of her. She was like weird, sort of intoxicated from the apple. She takes a nap, and then I think she wakes up and they do like a little feast. It's like a little ceremony, introductory ceremony, where she like fully commits and says, yes, I want to do it. And then she just goes to sleep again. I feel like she slept twice, like really back to back. But I mean, I guess you can take a nap and then go eat dinner and then go to bed again. I guess that makes sense. But really, like, all she's done when she's gotten to this palace is like take a fucking nap. And I feel like she only went exploring to set up the Millennium items so that like we know that King Midir has the eyeball that probably helps him cheat. Which he's just Maximilian Pegasus. Midir million Pegasus. So as soon as she wakes up, there's like another meeting, like day one of festivities. It's like an opening ceremony kind of thing. But right after that is like the first games, and no one's expecting this. Lots of people are like hungover, sleep deprived, they stayed up talking, doing whatever. But even Shay Fury is like, I didn't prepare for this. Normally I like to, prepare in advance of my match. Like know what I'm getting into, maybe study my opponents if possible, if I know who my opponents are. She doesn't here. She gets matched against this fairy. And this is like a weird section. There's a weird like inconsistency here that maybe will get fixed in editing, because again, this is an art copy. It's not totally finalized. Like you could tweak this and maybe fix it. So take this criticism with a grain of salt. She spends like 2 paragraphs not knowing who this man is. She's like, I've never seen this guy before. I know a lot about chess and like the chess circuit and even the magical chess circuit. I don't know who this guy is, but he must be pretty good if he got invited here. So she has no idea who this is. And then like in the narration, she just calls him a lord. And I'm like, how do you know he's a lord? You don't know this man. And then a couple paragraphs later, King Midir comes over and it's like, hello, cousin, good luck. And it's like, oh, he's your cousin. So I think what happened is Allison Saft knew he was a lord. And then the character just like magically knew he was a lord, when Shay Fury was not supposed to know that yet. So that could be fixed. I think that's a little error. And then in the rest of the scene, Shay Fury is kind of like a dumb person's idea of a smart person. She's like, I know this guy is a fairy because he has pointy ears. I figured that out. Fucking master deduction I am. And then when they're playing, she just so happens to notice this ring on his finger. And she points that out. Like, I'm sure that won't be relevant in 2 pages. So they're playing. They play kind of weird. Like he starts off like really, kind of unsure of himself. So he takes a lot of time between moves. At one point, Shay just fucking gets up and walks away, which I think you are like technically allowed to do. And she like goes over and she watches, the fucking chick, the fucking romantic lead, Kira. She watches Kira's game for a second and then she just comes back. And I was like, are you allowed to like go watch other people's games? Maybe. I thought she was gonna start talking to people. I'm like, you can't talk to people in the middle of the game because they don't know what you're talking about. And like, she doesn't know the rules, and like the rules here are serious. They're serious. We're gonna get to that, but it's very much like if you violate the fairy rules, either in game or just like in the world, if you're not like courteous or whatever, if you disrespect fairy law, you're gonna get punished by fairy law, and that's not gonna be good. It's basically punishable by death. And she knows this, and so like her getting up and just like walking away. I'm like, okay, is that in the rules? Can you do that, girl? Maybe she does know. Maybe she does know the rules of fairy chess. I'll let her have it. But she comes back, and now suddenly he's playing, like, really confidently, you know? And she's like, what happened? What changed? And then she notices the ring, and she's like, is that a magical ring that makes him cheat at chess? And then King Medivh comes over, and is like, that's a magical ring that makes you cheat at chess. And then he fucking kills him. Which is, like, interesting. And that's, like, the end of the part 1 that I just read, is King Medivh kills this man. Which, it's his cousin. It's a nobleman. You can't kill a nobleman over a chess game. You can't do that. I don't believe you. I mean, he's the king, so he can kind of do whatever he wants, but, like, your cousin doesn't have, like, an uncle who's, like, pissed that his kid's dead now, and then the uncle's like, well, fuck King Medivh, he's a little bitch, and, like, you know, I have the same blood, so maybe, like, I should be the ruler of the kingdom. I'm gonna go kill Medivh and get revenge for my son, and then take over the kingdom. There's no, like, political implication to this. I mean, he did justify. Maybe we'll get into that, but that seems really fucking rash. I mean, he's cheating, and they don't like cheaters. And there's another section that says, like, the fairies fucking value chess more than anything in the goddamn world for some reason, which doesn't make any sense. He talks about how, like, fairy marriages are decided by chess. Fairy wars are decided by chess games. I'm like, no, they're not. No, they're not. If you're in a war and you lose a chess game to the other general, you don't fucking give up the war. You just fucking go kill that guy. You're like, yeah, peace treaty, and then you go fucking kill him or something. There's no way they take justice seriously. I wrote down, I don't believe you, because I don't. I mean, I suppose you could suspend your disbelief and say, like, yeah, they really care about chess that much. I don't believe you. Because presumably they were having wars, like, before chess was invented and stuff. And so, like, they would have expectations of warfare from before chess, and, like, there's no way chess gets fucking decided. I just don't believe you. Like, if we invented, what's a computer game? Tetris. If our generals, you know, we fought all of these thousands of years of war, and now the generals just meet, and it's like whoever wins a Tetris match gets to, you know, conquer the land. I don't believe you. No, you don't. Also, how do you cheat at chess with a ring? It just gives him confidence? I mean, I guess it could just be, like, a +10 personality ring, or a +10 intelligence kind of ring. But it says it only kicks in after point. Like, he's wearing a ring at the start. So I suppose it's, like, a +10 intelligence when HP drops below 50 kind of item ring. I guess that's what it is. I guess that makes sense. There was another part of this that did not make sense. When Shay Fury goes to watch Kira's game, I'm gonna read you this paragraph. Again, this is an art copy. I'm not allowed to quote it. I don't give a fuck. There was a well-known side effect of playing Kira in hours-long games. A full psychosomatic collapse some had called the Kira curse. Victims reported suffering from nausea, migraines, even full-on bouts of the flu halfway through their games. It required no fairy magic. She simply applied enough pressure and her opponent crumbled. You can't get the flu in a chess game with no fairy magic. The headaches, okay, I understand. You know, you've been thinking, it's an hours-long grueling game. You're thinking so hard you give yourself a headache. Absolutely understandable. You cannot fucking get the flu mid-chess game because you're thinking so hard and you're so stressed out. No, the fuck, you cannot. Shut the fuck up. She's not giving people the flu. Fuck you. I did also highlight a paragraph about how she thinks he's cheating with this ring. There were no chess engines in the other world, obviously, and no phones, but she supposed he could be colluding with another player, one who'd worked out the best moves over the course of this game. It was possible. Really, anything was possible. Shay had no idea what the scope of fairy magic was, so I guess the solution to all of this is magic, which, to be fair, it's a fantasy book. I guess that's the solution in many a fantasy book, is it not? Maybe I'm asking too much. But there is, like, a crowd. Another thing that happens, like, this, as soon as she gets there, there's a human reporter here, and he has a camera, and he takes a picture, and it flashes, and all the fairies are like, kill this fucking man, he's got a bomb or something, because they don't know what a camera is. So we learn more about, like, the separation of the worlds, the Iron Veil. The Iron Veil has separated them for 130 years, when this camera flash goes off, Kira is like, men, relax. This is simply a camera. Perhaps you remember daguerreotypes from your last outing into the human world. So this is to set up like when the worlds were separated, and then we get 130 years later, like explicitly said. That scene where like she's talking about daguerreotypes, it feels weird. It feels poorly written. All these fairies like reacting to a flash of light, like he's gonna fucking kill them all. It's a little dramatic. Also, how that guy get here? Like, you have to be invited. I guess maybe he got invited for press. And there's no technology here, so there's no like live streams. But King Midir says that the moves of the chess matches are being relayed to the Earth world, where someone's like, they've got the computer version of the game and they're just moving the pieces to like replicate, so you could watch it on a screen or whatever. So there are like spectators in the Earth world, but it's not like done with a camera. Why not just have a camera? Why not just have the reporter guy like putting a camera? I mean, maybe the internet doesn't work. Actually, maybe that's why. Technology does work in their realm. That's something I've learned. Because I thought maybe it was like technology just doesn't work here. Like a camera just wouldn't work. But it does. And so I'm wondering when the Iron Veil lifted. It lifted recently, but I don't know what that means, and I don't remember if it said in like those first 30 pages that I read a month ago. I don't know if recently means like right now for this tournament, or if it means like 10 years ago. That would be relatively recently, you know what I mean? Or like sometime, somewhere in these time frames. It's short enough that all of these fairies haven't been back to the mortal world, and maybe 10 years makes sense for that, because, they live a long time. 10 years is nothing to them. They just haven't gotten around to vacationing in this new spot that's just been open to the public or whatever. And they do like the human world, and they want to learn about technology, because like when the camera guy like explains what a camera is, they're all like lining up to take pictures and getting selfies and shit. So they want to know more about the human world. And so I don't know how long it's been, but also if it like just happened for this tournament, King Midir has been popping in and out. Again, he popped in like 10 years ago to kidnap the sister. And then Kira's just been popping up for the tournament. I mean, and Shay's been playing chess against like these fairy players her whole chess career, her whole life. She's only 19. And so how long has it been? I don't know. It feels like it just happened. But also Shay knows all the stuff about the fairy world and knows all these fairy people. And I'm like, I don't know, did it just happen? Are you like allowed to cross the veil if you have like a reason, like a professional reason, like the professional chess games or something? Maybe the king is allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants because he's the king, and the princess. I don't know. I'd like to learn more about that. I might have to go back and reread this to see if I said that earlier. I don't fucking want that. I'm gonna be honest. But I did think the writing was better here. Like, we've gotten going. Like, it's action. Like, I think I sat down and read like 25 to 30 pages of this all in one go, which is incredible. But like, things are actually happening. It's a little more interesting. Even though it's not like incredibly written, there's a couple passages that are pretty good. She describes the palace a couple times. Like, she describes these rooms, like there's no roof and you can like see the sky through the roof, and there's trees growing up in the palace. And, like, there's some good description there where you can tell this author was having fun describing a funky fairy palace. Even though Shay doesn't pay that much attention to it, I kind of wish there was more of that. But it also, I guess, fits the character. I either want like more of it for me and just like my interest. If you're reading this, you probably want to hear about fairy palaces, or I want absolutely fucking none of it because Shay doesn't give a fuck about anything except chess. So the amount we have feels weird kind of either way. I don't know. But whatever. I'm sure we'll get more. I'm sure like once she has some downtime to settle in and like learn, the game and like prepare, then maybe we'll get more descriptions and like more exploration of the castle. I'm sure she's gonna try to break into the king's room and see her sister, who hasn't shown up at all. It's kind of weird that her sister didn't show up to like watch the games. Apparently everyone in the fairy world fucking loves chess. Decides everything. You can just kill people over chess. That's normal. Just kill your cousin because he's cheated at chess. You can do that. That's a reasonable response. There's definitely no other way to handle that. You can't just disqualify him or anything. Not like he plays an important role being a lord and whatever that means. Whatever. I also wonder if King Medivh is like maybe a good guy, maybe not. Like, cause he clearly hates cheaters, so he clearly like respects the game. And he's got that eye. I wonder if the eye like is cheat. Like Maximilian Pegasus, he's cheating with the eyeball. The eyeball lets him see, you know, his opponent's cards. So maybe like the eyeball lets him predict chess moves. But also like why wouldn't they have a computer? Like why wouldn't King Medivh have a computer? Maybe that's cheating. Like to run a simulation or like play against and like calculate all the best moves. I mean, I guess that's cheating. But if that's cheating, then like the humans have been cheating the whole time. Like their whole training session involves cheating and like running simulations and, you know, practicing against computers that will always know the optimal moves and stuff like that. So are they not all inherently cheaters if you think like that? And if they're not cheaters, why wouldn't King Medivh also have a chess computer? Why not have a computer? And again, if the veil's been lifted for 10 years, and again, like, Kira's been popping into America, and she doesn't seem like fucking shocked. She pops in, and she just has a conversation with Shay Fury. Like, it's nothing. But, like, if you popped in to America after 130 years of being trapped in another realm, you'd be like, holy shit, what's... Cars are crazy, fucking computers, there's giant screens everywhere. The technology is so radically fucking different. You'd think these fairies would be absolutely shocked by that. And like fascinated, because they are fascinated. They're fascinated by the camera. So like, why isn't the king like really into technology? And he's been able to cross the veil for a while, at least several years at least. So why is he not like accumulating technology? I don't know. I don't know that we're gonna get an answer to that. I don't know. And I don't know why this is the Irish otherworld, because again, we've got the Russian guy and the American girl both on a ship in Purgatory Land to get to Fairyland. I don't know if he was in Russia, maybe he was in America. I don't think the location matters. If you get sent to another realm, I don't think the location matters. It's not like a thing where it's two planes on top of each other, and to get to one you have to enter like a portal. And the portal to the specific fairy kingdom just so happens to be located in Ireland, and so she'd have to travel to Ireland and then get in the portal and go up, or like whatever. And that's why it's the Irish fairy world. It's not like that at all. You could just get there from anywhere. Why is it Irish? I don't know what Ireland has to do with any of this. I really don't. Oh, there's another stupid part I highlighted here. She's talking to the guy she's playing chess against, the fairy, the cheater guy, and he's like, when I last went to the human world, they didn't let women play chess, and they certainly didn't let women like you play chess. I've never seen any women like you, because she has short hair. Scandalous. And she's like, welcome to the 21st century. You can tell Allison Saft thought she ate with that line. She didn't. I'm choking. But not in a good way. I'm not gagged. I'm just choking. I'm just dying. I'm dying. Save me. He also has no concept of time. She's like, welcome to the 21st century. And he's like, no, it can't have been 130 years already since the veil was put in place. Like, he shooketh that 130 years have passed. I'm like, okay, why are you shook? I mean, I get that he has a weird sense of time, but like, you would know your sense of time. I don't know. He would have a fairy sense of time, and it wouldn't be weird to him, or he'd know, or he wouldn't care, because he hasn't kept track of it. I don't know why he's shook here. Anyway, he's dead. It doesn't matter. It's just like exposition and weird line delivery. She's a modern woman, a slightly butch lesbian. She's androgynous. That's crazy. Kira also comments on her hair and is like, you cut it. And then Shay Fury's like, yeah, you dyed your hair. She's like, yeah, I got tired of dyeing my hair black, so I just let it grow out red. You know, I only did it to like make my brother mad because he hated when I dyed my hair black for some reason. Okay, but that's it so far. Not great, but it's picking up. I'm interested. I do want to like actually pick this up and read it again just to see what happens and like where it goes. And like the whole ending scene with the drama of like, this guy just fucking killed his cousin at the chess table. Like, that's kind of crazy. And Shay's like, holy fuck, that's crazy. And like, people are dying. Like, this is high fucking stakes. If you get shady, like, you will fucking die. That's crazy. He'll even kill his cousin, which is like, doesn't really make a lot of sense if you think about it, but don't think about it, I guess. Whatever. It's interesting. It's picking up. It was better than the first part. I hope the next part's good. Okay. I'll see you later. Okay, I'm back. I discovered that this book has 4 parts. The plan was to read part 2 and then update you. I didn't make it that far. I've read about 50 pages. I just finished chapter 10. We're about halfway through part 2. The reason I couldn't finish all the way to part 2 is I kept writing down little details that I need to complain about, and I kept losing track of them. There's too many, so we have to talk about it sooner. I've made another terrible discovery. I went on the Goodreads page for this book. It is tagged young adult. Another review said that this has a 0 out of 5 spice rating. They're not gonna fuck. No fairies mine? I'm reading this for no fairies mine? I will say that this absolutely does not feel like YA at all. Even if it doesn't get smutty or like graphic or anything, absolutely nothing about this feels YA. I never would have called this a YA novel. And the characters are 19, but that's the youngest adult thing about it. This does not read at all like a young adult novel. It reads just like a regular adult fantasy novel. I don't know about that marketing decision. We'll talk more about that later with some of the romance stuff. God, where did we leave off? My camera only has 52 minutes of battery runtime left, so I might have to charge the camera in between takes here. Be honest, you're from the future. Is this a 3-hour video? Are you watching a 3-hour video? I'm sorry. Okay, part 2 starts with a little flashback to Shay Fury winning a chess tournament when she's 8 years old. Her mom is not there. Her sister comes to pick her up. Her mom is not there because her mom is like jealous of her successful child. Shay wins a trophy, and her sister is like, don't let mom see that, because the mom will like throw a tantrum because she didn't win a trophy. That's concerning. At some other point, we learn that Shay Fury went to Prague for a tournament when she was like 14 years old. And I'm like, if your mom is jealous of you winning just like regional trophies, is she gonna let you travel to Prague and win at Prague? Is she like going with you? I feel like she's not. Maybe she has a chess coach. Maybe the mom doesn't let her go. I feel like a parent that belittling and like unsupportive of your child's success would maybe not let a minor travel to a different continent. I don't know. That felt a little weird. I guess it works. That's not the biggest sin of this book, so whatever. So Shay's older sister, Étaín, is sort of playing the mom role here. She's like 14 in this. I think she's 14. There's a weird scene where they're like out having lunch, and then like some guy, some teenage boy, comes up and is like, Étaín, I'm in love with you. Please free my heart from the shackles of love. I'm suffering. And like, but like he means it literally. Like she accidentally cursed him somehow, and she feels like awkward about it because she doesn't know how to control these powers that she definitely has, because she's some kind of fairy Jesus incarnate virgin birth. I don't know what she is. I don't really care about the sister. I'm gonna be real honest. I don't really care what the sister is, and I'm sure that's gonna be the whole back half of the book. Maybe I'll care more when we learn more, but I don't care. And so she takes her sister and kind of goes away, and that's just like establishing that Étaín definitely has powers, and it is like accidentally manipulating people. And like another reason she probably wants to go to the fairy world is because she does not know how to control her powers in the earth world. We get the sense here that Shay does like her sister. Again, her sister's kind of her mom figure here. For like half a second, I almost got the vibes that Shay was jealous of like these boys flirting with her sister. I think that's just in a like, no, this is my sister. She's taking me out to celebrate my win, and not in a back off, she's mine way. She's 8. I think I was trying to make this book more interesting than it's going to be. I don't think Shay Fury is in love with her sister. My brain went there, sorry. I guess this flashback is sort of like a dream sequence. Shay Fury then wakes up, and it's morning, and in her bedroom is Kira, the love interest. She's like sitting in the windowsill. She's sort of very Manic Pixie Dream Girl. I wish she was like more Manic Pixie Dream Girl. Again, I wish Shay Fury was more chess, and this was like literally Manic Pixie Dream Girl. Like literally a pixie fairy. Probably a different thing. I don't know. Not that much about the lore. Shay Fury's like, what are you doing here? And Kira's like, I'm here to give you a proposition. I have intel that my brother's next competition is going to be a pairs match, and you should be my pair. We should be pairs. You should do a pair match together. You should be partners. Partner. Howdy, partner. And Shay Fury's like, I will never partner with you. Get out of my room. And so you know they're gonna be partners. Madeira announces that this is a partners thing. They have to do this ritual festival. It's a blueberry picking competition. It's not blueberries. I think it's called bilberries. There's a bilberry picking ritual. It's these fruits that are sort of rare. They pick them like this one time a year, and it's kind of a hunt. And it's sort of like this courting ritual because it takes so long to find these berries that you're like out in the fields with your friends and partners and potential love partners, talking the whole time you're picking and getting to know each other, and then people fall in love. So it's like almost a courtship festival kind of ritual activity in a way. And by the end of the day, they have to pick enough bilberries to please the king and also find a partner. Shay here talks to Daniel Soy, and then Lily is the other human competitor who has like studied the fairy world and was telling Shay about the Millennium Talismans in the Talisman Room. A minor gripe here is Lily, who I'm pretty sure is not Russian, calls Daniel Soy Danya, which would be a legitimate Russian nickname for the name Daniel. But would she know that if she's not Russian? Because Russian nicknames are kind of weird in like ways you wouldn't expect. Like I think Ivan is Vanya, so Daniel Danya. Like that makes sense, but like who really knows that? I know that because I was really into the band Tattoo at 13 years old and studied Russian a little bit. But would she know that? But like maybe people on like the chess circuit call him that. It's an insult. He doesn't like that. He's like, don't call me Danya. My name's Daniel Soy. But whatever. So maybe there's a reason she knows that, but that felt weird for this random girl to know Russian nicknames. I feel like most average people not from Russia would not understand Russian nicknames. That felt like Allison Saft googled Russian nicknames and then all of her characters magically knew Russian nicknames. Anyway, maybe not. Again, not this book's biggest sin. Shay Fury strikes out with these two, and then she ends up talking to Kira. They get stuck in like fucking quicksand or something. They rescue each other, and she's like, damn, everyone else has a partner. Go. I guess I have to go with Kira. Who could have seen this coming? So they partnered. They bring their bilberries, which is just a stupid fucking name. They bring their fucking bilberries to fucking King Medir, Maximilian Pegasus, and he's like, yes, you will be partners. And then he magically handcuffs them. They have like magical vine handcuffs linking them together. Now we're really hitting all of these like romance tropes, like out of the gate, again and again and again and again. Which again is why I'm like so fucking shocked that they're not even gonna have sex in this book, or at least maybe not on page. Show it to me. Allison Saft is real generous with the fan service here. I do kind of like it. It is a bunch of like cliche romance tropes, but I kind of enjoy that. It's just sort of guilty pleasure, and so I'm fine with that. I do think these moments are cute. They get magically connected, and then Kira just goes and finds a knife and then cuts them apart. I'm like, what's the point of that? I'm like, what's the point of handcuffing them if you're just allowed to immediately break the handcuffs? What does that do? That's literally just fan service, like, oh my god, they're handcuffed together, you guys. What are they gonna do? What they do is they go back to Shay Fury's room, and someone's like fucked it up. Someone's grabbed her chessboard and wrote some magical threat on it with like some fancy weird form of magic that nobody uses. I'm gonna assume that the sister, I think it says like drop out, like get out of the competition, and it's supposed to read like a threat, like, oh no, like someone's intimidated by me and they're gonna fuck me up if I don't leave. But I think it might be the weird powerful sister using weird different Jesus magic, warning her that like she should drop out because King Medir's gonna do something funky or whatever. They're kind of intimidated, and Kira's like, you should come to my room. You can't sleep in here tonight. Like, people are breaking into your room and leaving you threats. Come sleep in my room. So they're gonna go sleep in Kira's room. So they go to Kira's room, break the chain, and then Shay Fury's like, I'm gonna take a bath. Actually, no, it says no. Kira says that her bath for her has already been drawn, and she offers it to Shay Fury. And I'm like, these bitches don't even have running water. You're the fucking king. You can go to America. You can have running water. Get some pipes. Get like some magical water pipes. Like, they literally have servants still draw their baths, like, from a fucking well or something. Y'all don't have pipe, you don't have a faucet you can turn on. This kingdom sucks. Also in Kira's room is a bunch of, like, junk, like fucking Earth knickknacks, because she likes to go to America and, like, collect. Not America, Earth, also America, whatever. She just fucking collects human shit, and there's just, like, random crap laying everywhere in her bedroom, and it's a fucking mess. If I really liked Earth and I wanted to collect shit, I'd collect some fucking water pipes. That's what I'd be doing. So Shea Fury's like, alright, I'm gonna go take a bath. She gets in the bathtub, sits down, relaxes, and then she hears growling coming from somewhere in the bathroom. And she screams, and Kira comes in, and it's like, this is just my dog, Bean. He's my cousin. His name is spelled Bean with 2 N's, which is probably pronounced differently in Irish, even though the dog's not Irish, but it's probably pronounced something else, but I am going to call him Bean. We have Soy and we have Bean. Different people, creatures, species. Apparently Kira's aunt was pregnant when she got turned into a dog by a witch, and then she gave birth to puppies. So her cousin is a dog. Why did they not reverse this? I don't know. If I was the king, I could probably reverse my cousin being turned into a dog, because I'm the most powerful magic guy in Magic Land, but maybe not. I don't know. Again, random lore building. I don't know if witches are a different thing than fairies and they can't undo each other's magic. I don't know. She's just got a dog cousin. The cousin's real into her. I don't want to call him a cousin because he's a dog. And he looks at her like she's the most important thing in the world because he's a dog. He's her dog. But it's also her cousin, and that's a weird fucking line for your cousin to be saying. He's not saying it. It's being said about your cousin. Sure, why not? Now, in another book that would be really, really fun, like, imagine a D&D ragtag group of heroes, and one of them's like, this is my dog, he's my cousin. That's really fun. I don't know how much Bean is gonna play, like, a fun sidekick role. He might just be there. He hasn't done anything yet, really, except scare Shea Fury. And Kira's like, oh yeah, I forgot about him. He likes to lay in the bathroom because there's warm tiles. Whatever, I'll get him out. And so she drags him out. And I read this passage 3 times. It says, as soon as she closes the door, as soon as Kira closes the door and leaves, Shay gets out of the fucking tub. Now, if you'll remember what I said earlier, Shay sits down and relaxes, and then immediately hears growling and screams, and then she has a conversation with Kira about who the dog is, and then Kira leaves, and then Shay just gets out of the bath. She did not wash herself. She did not take a bath. She sat down in some water, screamed, and then stood up again. There is not a single bar of soap in this scene. There is no mention of scrubbing. There's no cleanliness happening, and she's filthy because, again, she was in the quicksand looking for bilberries. She even talks about how filthy her clothes are. There's a point where she's talking to Kira, and after the panic has died down, she realizes that the only thing obscuring her is water coated in her own filth, and then she blushes. You know, they're like, oh my god, like, she's naked in the tub right in front of her crush. Oh my god, that's crazy. And Kira blushes, and it's like another fan servicey romance moment, which is kind of cute, except for all the filth in the water that she doesn't scrub off. She doesn't wash herself in the bathtub. There's no rag, there's no shampoo, there is no soap. She didn't take a bath. But whatever, she's clean now. And she goes back into the bedroom, and they're like, where are we gonna sleep? I guess I could have a, little secondary bed made up for you. And Shea Fury's like, yeah, that's fine. And then Kira's like, or you can just sleep in my bed. Like, it's really big. There's plenty of room. You can sleep in my bed. And Shea Fury, oblivious, is like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, she's got a big bed. Does not realize that this is a sexually charged moment with implications. And it's just like, yeah, I guess I'll sleep in your bed. Even though this morning I woke up with you in my room and I was like, I would never fucking partner with you. I fucking hate you, Kira. She's like, yeah, I'll sleep in your bed, whatever. Not like maybe the greatest consistency in like their character relationship, but whatever. It's fan servicey. So they lay in bed together and they can't sleep. And then they start talking about chess and they start playing like a chess game in their mind with like, they just say the words like knight to e3 or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, that's kind of cute. But they're just like laying in bed playing chess together. Actually, that did win me over. I did like that actually. That was a cute scene. And that's where I finished. Okay, it sounds like nothing happened. It sounds like I updated you on fucking nothing. That was 50 pages of plot. Now we're gonna talk about like little details that I needed to complain about that I haven't already complained about. Here are a couple of sentences that are in the wrong order. Not really, they're poorly written. This is when they're giving the baskets of bilberries to King Medivh. Shay dropped her basket at his feet. A few of the bilberries spilled over the side and rolled across the ground. Kira followed suit. Now when I read that, that sounds like Kira got on the fucking ground and started rolling around. That's not what it means. It means Kira also placed her basket at King Medivh's feet. But it directly follows the action of the bilberries rolling around. It shouldn't have been written like that. It should have been, Shay dropped her basket at his feet. Kira followed suit. A few of the bilberries spilled over and rolled on the ground. That makes it ambiguous as to whose basket is spilling bilberries, but it doesn't fucking matter, okay? I'm gonna be so honest. Maybe it's both of their baskets. Maybe it doesn't fucking matter, because it doesn't. The bilberries spilling over only signifies that they have collectively collected enough bilberries that the king is satisfied. You know, their cup overfloweth. They have gathered a bounty. This is important because the pairing after them, who are these two fairies, they go up with their meager fucking pickings to King Medivh, and he's like, dead. And he just kills them because they didn't collect enough blueberries. You can just kill people with blueberries, I guess. That's fine. That's fine. Now this is worse than killing people for cheating at chess, because at least chess has been established as like, they fucking love chess. If you fucking diss chess, if you fucking ruin the sanctity of chess, you fucking deserve to die. This is just like, they couldn't collect enough blueberries. And again, the bilberries have been established as like a rare fruit. Again, this takes like hours for people to pick them. It's a very long search. That's in the history of the fruit. And these people are not professional bilberry pickers. Okay, they don't grow bilberries. They probably don't know the history of bilberries. They're like fucking cushy, noble, chess playing nerds. They don't fucking gather bilberries. They don't know anything about this. Of course they didn't find bilberries. They're hard to find and they're not experienced. And he just fucking kills them for this? That doesn't make sense, bro. What happened to just disqualifying people from the competition? It's not even like they cheated or anything or like really disrespected the king. I guess presenting such a small offering to the king is disrespectful to the king, but like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stop. You can't keep killing people over stupid shit. I know it's supposed to make the king seem like evil and imposing and powerful, but like, it's just irrational. And I don't think Medivh is like an irrational, temperamental person at all. He seems like a normal sort of politician, level-headed ruler kind of guy. Why is he just killing people willy-nilly? I don't like that, and it doesn't, I just don't think it makes sense. I don't think that's a good way to run a kingdom. Also important to note, remember how we killed his cousin, the cheating chess-playing cousin at the chessboard? Turns out everyone is their cousin. The dogs, the random nobles, because fairies live a long time, they end up having a lot of kids, and so King Medivh and Kira just have a bajillion cousins. And so I guess killing one cousin won't make, you know, your uncle angry, because he's only got one kid, and this is a real small family, and, you know, they all know each other, and like, it would really harm family ties. I guess they're just not that close-knit, because there's so many people. But even that has so many, like, political implications of, like, allegedly all of those people would have some kind of blood claim to the throne. Is that how the king is decided? Like, they have the royal blood if they're cousins with the king, maybe. Is that a lot of people with a claim to the throne who could all kill each other for the throne? Do they just kill each other all the time? But I don't think so, because they live a long time, so they're not, like, that violent. It's just too much to think about. I think the killing just senselessly is like stupid and probably doesn't make sense in a functional context. In like a real world scenario, you just wouldn't do that. You'd just be like, no, you got disqualified. You didn't pick enough berries. I'm not gonna kill you because you didn't get me blueberries. One other random thing I didn't like that isn't a problem was just like, I didn't like it. Shay Fury is having a conversation with Lily about what she wants to wish for if they win the tournament. And Shay is describing what people usually wish for. For the average person, it was money, status, or eternal happiness. For the self-deluded, it was world peace. Are we shaming people for wanting world peace? Okay, Shay Fury. Okay, Shay Fury. Also, we learned that Shay Fury is definitely not obsessed with chess because she actually is kind of tired of chess. Like, it's not fun for her. Like, this is sort of a job. She hasn't really loved playing chess since she was younger. She recalls playing a game with Kira when they were both 14. So Kira is 19. I thought this might be a situation where we have like a 500-year-old fairy dating a 19-year-old. They are both the same age, like actually. They're both 19 in this book. But when they were 14, they played their first game. And Kira did something that like made Shay mad. And so she just started like playing passionately, not even thinking about her moves. And she ended up winning. But she remembers that was like a time where she was like having fun playing the game, just like instinctually from the gut, from the heart of the cards. And ever since then, they've never like genuinely played. Every time they face each other, Kira just like makes a spectacle of it. She just like puts on a show and like doesn't even care about the game and like doesn't even try. And I don't know if that's like an ego thing where she can't win, and so she's just acting like she doesn't even care if she loses. I don't know, it's a whole thing, but that just confirmed their ages and that they, have this sort of passionate back and forth that brings life to Shay Fury that she doesn't feel anymore. So she doesn't even like chess. She's not even like obsessed with chess. I wanted her to be obsessed with chess. I don't know. I mean, that was just something I wanted, I guess. I should let that go because it's not relevant to the book. Whatever. She doesn't even like chess. Shay Fury doesn't even like chess. Okay. Oh my god, I just found a paragraph about quantum physics. The veil between worlds wasn't as solid as she would have liked. There were places it seems had worn thin over time, like an abandoned house or the occasional corridor of an old unloved hotel. Others, like the shade beneath a lone rowan tree or a ring of bone-white mushrooms, were natural portals to the other world. And then, of course, there were tears ripped open from the other side. Those were a rarity these days, considering the agreement of Tara strictly regulated the crossing between realms. But she was here. So you can't just teleport. Even humans could teleport if they find some fucking mushrooms? That's stupid. I don't know, that's boring. If you just stand in the wrong mushroom patch. Oh no. I don't know. But I found that I went back to, this is when Medea is going to kidnap a child bride. She might have been like 18 here. 18, 19, because she's older than Shay Fury. But this is Medea talking to his child bride. There is no mistaking you, Étaín Ekraid, daughter of Elil. It was long ago, in another life, when we last saw one another. Your bride price, your weight in gold and in silver was paid. For you, all the rivers in Ireland were carved, all its plains raised, but you were unjustly taken from me. So this dude's older than Ireland. Or they're reincarnated. Now I've got reincarnation into this. Was he reincarnated? Or is it just her? He created Ireland? Is this an alternate universe where everything is exactly the same except Ireland was created by fairies? I don't know, man. There's so many fucking questions about Ireland. They're not Irish. I also learned that Étaín is talking to Shay Fury about her chess winnings and like going to Prague and shit, and she's like, I'd like to travel. I'd go to London or Paris or Ireland. I'd love to go to Ireland. Maybe I'd marry an Irish prince. And then she marries the Irish fairy king, even though he's not Irish because they're not in Ireland. What does Ireland have to do with anything? Also, Medea's 1,500 years old. We learned that because there's a 1,500-year age gap between him and Kira's 19, so he's at least 1,519. I don't know if it's 1,500 exactly, but close to fucking enough. So this motherfucker's old, and his father was also in charge. I think his father's even older than that. He just like stepped down to let his younger son take charge. I don't know. I think we learned also that Madeir has been married a couple of other times, and I don't know if that's the reincarnations of Étaín. Maybe there could also be a twist where Étaín was the wife of a couple times, and now he's got a totally different wife, and Étaín left, and I don't know, she's a fucking witch in the forest turning people with dogs or something. I don't know what she's doing. I don't really care. I'm gonna be so fucking honest. We haven't seen her. I don't even know if she's in the palace. Oh, I feel like Madeir's not gonna be that bad of a guy, even though he's killing random people. Because Kira's like, he's got his heart broken. He's had marriages that failed before. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. At this point, I just like the cheesy romance stuff. Which there's a lot of. They're so flirty. Again, this doesn't feel like a YA novel. There's so much sexual tension. Their entire relationship arc is just sexual tension. Like, they're rivals, and they play this passionate game together with their teenagers. They're still teenagers, but don't worry about that when they were younger teenagers. The first scene we see Kira in, they're having the romantasy banter together. The next scene, Shafiri is pinning her up against the wall, and they're feeling wow how close each other are. And then the next scene, Kira's waking up in her bed, not in her bed, but like beside her bed. That's crazy, isn't that just wow? And then they're fucking handcuffed together, and they're partners, and then they're sleeping in the same bed, and then they're walking in on each other naked in the bathtub. It's a pure fan service after fan service, and she's just fucking giving you all of it, and they're not gonna fuck. They're not gonna fuck. It's pure sexual tension. Every scene has so much sexual tension. There's a scene where Kira's like eating the bilberries and licking her fingers afterward, and Shay's like, whoa, my mouth's really dry right now for some reason. They're not gonna fuck. This doesn't feel like YA. It doesn't read like YA. I don't think this romance is particularly YA. It's not like that sexy, but like, not a single thing about this says YA to me. I never would have fucking guessed that this was a young adult novel. It's not. It's just fantasy. I wouldn't market this specifically to children. No. This is for adults who want good books about fairy smut. And they're not gonna get any. They're not gonna like it. I don't know who this is for. Oh, I was really hoping. I don't know, man. I had questions about fairy smut lined up, because Kira has like wings. They're like really delicate butterfly wings. And like, can she lay on her back? I think she does sleep in this like on her back. Does that hurt her wings? I want to know more, because she's definitely the pillow princess. She's like the vocal, bossy pillow princess, and Shea Fury is the top because she has short hair. Also, Kira also just like sprouts butterflies. There's a point where she just walks out of the room and a bunch of fucking butterflies manifest out of her back, and I'm like, those real butterflies? Do you just have like bugs crawling over you? Like, what if you're asleep at night laying down and you accidentally manifest butterflies, and then they can't get out from your back, and then they die? You just wake up in a pile of dead butterflies? I have a lot of questions, Allison Saft. Whatever, I need to be done. It's another 40-minute update. Guys, this is a 3-hour video. I'm gonna finish part 2 and then update you again. And then hopefully read part 3. I think part 2 is the longest. Part 2 is like 100 pages. Part 3 is maybe a little bit shorter, and then part 4 is maybe a little bit shorter. Oh, guys. The Immortal book by Allison Saft that I will never finish. I'll finish it, but like, I don't even have fairy smut to look forward to. Whatever. It's fine. I like the cute romance stuff. Nothing else is fantastic. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I'll see you later in a couple weeks when I actually read more of this book. Oh boy. Hello, we're back. I just finished chapter 19, which is somewhere in the middle of part 3. I know I said I'd update you at the end of chapter 2, but then there was a storm. My power went out. I literally had nothing better to do than sit down and read like 100 pages of this in one sitting. It was not a good day. Also, I've been sick, so if I sound weird, it's been a whole thing. Whatever, let's just talk about the stupid book. Okay, so right after where I left off, I learned something about the fairy world, and I was like, oh my god, I finally understand it. A third of the way through the book, over 100 pages in, I finally understand why this is Ireland. Now I'm halfway through the book. I no longer understand why this is Ireland. Okay. So we learn about elf mounds. I thought I'd be seeing a lot of elf mounds in this book, but not like this. Apparently that's a real word. Had to look that one up. Apparently that's a real thing. That was not a stupid name made up for this book. I do giggle every time I see the word elf mounds. I'm sorry. That one's on me. So anyway, apparently elf mounds are in the human world. There's some kind of like portal situation. I don't think it's an actual portal, but like something about fairy power is contained in these elf mounds, which are on Earth. And that's why the fairies have a vested interest in like friendly relations with Earth, because Earth could like hurt these elf mounds and do damage to their society somehow. Which was good to know, because like on the page before that, Kira was talking about how Midir is afraid of war with the humans. And I'm like, what the fuck are the humans gonna do to you? Like, you're in another realm. And I feel like the fairies can travel to the Earth realm easier than the humans can travel to the fairy realm. Just because, I don't know, humans don't have magical fucking powers. I was picturing an American soldier with, like, a rocket launcher. And he loads his rocket launcher, and then he steps into a mushroom circle and transports himself to the fairy world, and then fires a shot at Midir's castle. And then he steps out of the ring, steps back into the mushroom ring, goes back to Earth, reloads his fucking rocket launcher, steps out, steps back in, fires another shot, and it's just sort of like a teleporting soldier firing a rocket launcher at a fairy castle. Apparently that doesn't happen. They can just shoot the elf mounds in the Earth world. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, actually. I was thinking a portal system, sure. And I must assume, I'm inferring, this is not told to me, I'm inferring that King Midir's elf mound must be in Ireland. That must be why it's Ireland. Please, God, tell me why this is Ireland. I'm assuming. That's not said to us. I'm just assuming. Let's just... They're in Ireland because the fucking... It is... I don't know. The portal's in Ireland. The elf mounds are in Ireland. I gotta go to Ireland. But then, towards the end of the section I just read, where... I don't know. There's like some bullshit that just fucks up all my theories. We might be in Ireland. Maybe this isn't another realm or dimension. It's called the other world. But I don't know if it's like an illusion on top of Earth. And like it's not technically another realm. Like all of this is happening on Earth. Or like the fairy kingdoms are in Ireland. Okay, because, okay, we're in Breeleith, we're at the fucking castle grounds, whatever. We're still in Fairylandia here in this section. There's some kind of festival. All the Fae of Ireland, it seemed, had come to celebrate. Groups of them drove herds of cattle out of their pastures and around the bonfires. All the Fae of Ireland have come to this festivities. Now, I don't think the Fae live in Ireland. They live in fucking other Breeleith. They live in the other world, which is it Ireland? Is it Ireland? What is Ireland? So, like, are we in Ireland? Or, because I don't think there are fairies allowed to be living in Ireland. Because, again, the veil, like, just broke down. Are we in Ireland? Am I supposed to know this? Do you guys... Are all fairy stories like this? You're like, yeah, this is just like an illusion world on top of Ireland, and it's not another realm. Okay, here's the name of the festival. The Festival of the Festival of An Ion Rat commemorates the anniversary of our arrival on this Earth, which means they're not from Earth. So it can't be like an illusion world on top of literal Ireland. Right? But then Shay says, what, you mean you come from another dimension? And I'm like, what do you... Yeah, they're in the other world. Is that not another dimension? And then Kira says something like that. It is said that on this day, thousands of years ago, my ancestors sailed their ships onto the shores of Ireland to conquer it. Some mortals claimed we were angels, cast out by our god, and doomed to wander the earth. Others said we crawled from the depths of hell. During one of their summer festivals, we cast the world into darkness for 3 days and 3 nights with a thick black smoke. But who's to say it really happened? We live long lives, but our memories still fade. All that remain are stories, embellished and corrupted with every retelling. So, what do you fucking mean you sailed to Ireland? Is this another island off the coast of Ireland? Where the fuck are we at? What does Ireland have to do with anything? How did you sail to Ireland? From like that foggy misplaced? I mean, Shay was on boat sailing here. So you sailed across the Iron Veil to conquer Ireland? I guess that makes sense if the fairies conquered Ireland. That would be why they are Irish. Why'd they call it Ireland? Because the humans named it Ireland. For some earth reason, like in our world, Ireland has the name Ireland for some reason. Ireland has its own history, so like what is the difference in history between our Ireland and the Ireland of this book, which is presumably just fucking Ireland? I don't know. And I don't know if I'm ever gonna know. At first I genuinely thought like the author knew this world building. Like the author knew what was going on. I didn't know what was going on, but the author did. And now I'm like, I don't know that the author's fully thought out this world building. And again, this being set in the 21st century just fucks everything up. If this were like medieval Ireland, I'd be like, okay, I don't even know how it's different from actual medieval Ireland, because whatever, right? But being in the 21st century, I'm like, well, how is this different from Ireland? I know what Ireland is. Is this different? I guess we don't see Ireland. Or we fucking do when we're in Ireland. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't get the world building. I don't get it. I'm dumb. Maybe I'm not understanding genre conventions. Maybe Allison Saft didn't explain it well. I don't think she explained it well, because I don't know what's going on. And also, we're still getting like lore explanations halfway through the book. I've had this question since like page 1, brother. Help a dyke out. Okay, what's Ireland? Where's Ireland? Where am I? Who are you? What's my name? You've got to give me more than this. Or less. Just make it so fucking vague that I don't know. I feel like she knows and she's not telling me. Please tell me. I just want to know, man. I just want to know what Ireland has to do with anything. Okay, quantum physics aside, here's the plot recap. So Shay and Kira are going to do the pairs tournament competition. That's the next stage of the tournament. They have a few days to practice. They hang out. They play chess. They talk and get to know each other. Pretty cute. Classic stuff. One night while they're practicing, Shay is looking out of the window and she sees Daniel Soy just walking across the lawn ensorcelled. He's ensorcelled. And Shay recognizes this because her sister used to ensorcel people accidentally. We get reference to like that boy she ensorcelled, like that teenage boy, like he fucking died. I think he might have killed himself. It was all like whatever. So Shay Fury is like, oh no, Daniel Soy is walking off the grounds, clearly ensorcelled. Like, I'm gonna go help him. I don't really like him, but I don't want him to die. And also he's leaving the castle. When you leave the castle, you're not protected by King McDear's magic. So she rushes out with Bean to help her. Bean, the sidekick dog cousin. He's here. He is pretty cute. He helps. He gives Shay like a fucking cloak that lets her jump off the fucking balcony and fly around the fucking castle, whatever. I do like seeing Bean in the sidekick role because he's a good character idea. Again, I would like the concept of Bean in a better book, but he's pretty cute here. He's a cute fucking dog cousin. So Daniel Soy is wandering and sort of mumbling about Irina. I'm gonna say Irina, because that's how it's pronounced in Russian. Unlike Daniel Soy, which is not pronounced like that. So Irina Soy, that's Daniel's sister. She was a big professional dancer who got invited to perform in the Fae world at some lord's party court, and then she never came home, and so he is here to win back his sister also, because everyone's fucking sister got kidnapped by fairy princes or something. Although we don't actually know that she was kidnapped. I feel like she just went to the fairy world and was like, wow, this is cool, the fairy world, and then just stayed there. We don't see her. We also don't fucking see Shay Fury's sister, which is kind of annoying me. Again, I don't care, but also I'm annoyed that we
like, we haven't seen this, like, the whole point of us being here is to see this fucking character. And presumably she's in the castle, and Shay Fury isn't even, like, tempted to try to see her. She's making absolutely no effort to see her sister. And yes, she believes she's locked in, like, the king's quarters and can't go there, and if she tries to sneak in, King Midir will probably find out and then fucking kill her, which is totally valid, but she's never, like, thinking about that. She's never like, God, I wish I could go in there. Like, is there a way I could break in? I know it's a bad idea. I won't do it ultimately, but, like, is there a plan? She's not, like, finding servants and being like, oh, hey, yeah, you know, my sister lives here. Does she still like, tea? She used to really like chamomile tea. Does you ever bring her tea? She's not fishing for any information about her sister from anyone. She does ask Kira. Kira doesn't know her that well. Kira's not that close to her brother. I think she said she's met Étaín, the sister. Oh, and she's like, yeah, she was nice to me, whatever. They're not that close. But Shay isn't, like, thinking about her sister, like, hardly ever. Like, imagine, like, you're living in this castle for days, and your sister's, like, just out of reach. Your sister, who you haven't seen in years, who you think is being, like, held captive. Like, she's right there. She's so close. You'd be thinking about it, you know? Even if you know that your best option is to just play the game and focus on the chess tournament and win and free her that way. Like, I feel like she'd be thinking about it more, and she's not fucking thinking about it, whatever. We haven't seen the fucking sister. We're never gonna see the sister. I'm sure we're gonna see the sister, but, like, I don't fucking care, whatever. I do care a little bit. I feel like that's the whole point, whatever. So Daniel Soy also has sister trauma. Shay helps him, gets him back to the castle, but everyone kind of sees someone magically flying around the castle after hours with a dog, and King Midir's mad, and he sort of blames this on Kira, or he thinks it is Kira, whatever, and then he's mad, and then we get a bunch of Kira's backstory about how she's sort of the black sheep of the family. No one really likes her. King Midir doesn't even really like her. Like, she is named as his heir. He did take her in, but he sort of expects all of this, and she never meets his expectations. She's only named as heir until Midir has children, which, like, is still a little bit stupid because, like, of all of the cousins, you have a bajillion cousins in your family. Why would you pick the 19-year-old to be, like, your heir if something happened to you right now? Because, like, 19's pretty young. We think 19 is young. So imagine how young 19 is to a 1,500-year-old man. Like, that's an infant. Like, she is not equipped to do this. I don't think she's receiving any training to, like, do it, really. Again, because Midir doesn't really expect that of her. He thinks he's going to have children. And he doesn't even really like her, but, like, why name her as your heir? I guess just to, like, have her under his thumb, and she's a good chess player. I don't know. He's sort of very controlling for her. Kira also doesn't want to be queen. She wants to win this tournament and then go live in the human world. She wants to get out of the fairy world and just go experience freedom in the human world. And then we get some more fan service. We get some U-hauling in this book. Kira's like, I don't know how I'm going to live in the human world because I don't think fairies are really allowed to live there. I don't know if the humans would welcome me. In the current state of affairs, probably not a lot of fairy immigrations getting approved. I don't know. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Does ice exist in this universe? Whatever. Fucking Kira's worried about getting deported by ice, I guess. And Shay Fury's like, you could live with me. Like, you could stay with me. Like, you know, if you're looking for a place in the human world, you could live with me. Because Shay Fury, in getting to know Kira and, like, sort of talking with her here, she realizes that she has a crush on Kira. And so she does offer to U-Haul before they've even started dating or kissed. They almost kissed one time. There's, like, a romantic night, whatever. I'm kind of surprised they didn't kiss, because, again, this book is so fan servicey. So much of the romance is just fucking fan service that I was a little surprised they didn't kiss. But they did then offer to U-Haul, so it makes sense. We're dragging out the kiss because we can't have smut. I guess we're saving the kiss for later. Like, that's the pinnacle of romance here is the fucking kiss. But we're gonna U-Haul first. Or at least offer to U-Haul first. So anyway, they practice for a few days. It becomes the day of the Paris tournament. It's actually a couple days. They do, like, one match a day, and it's a fucking bunch of matches, whatever. But the twist of the Paris tournament is that Midir, like, psychically links them. Like, they can literally read each other's minds, and they're, like, in each other's head. And that's how they communicate at the board. because they can't be talking at the actual board, just in the world, because then the opponents will hear them and know their strategy, so they're like mentally talking, which again is just pure romance fan service, where they're like, oh my god, they're hearing each other's head, like, oh my god, her crush can like literally read her mind. That's fucking crazy. I do like that. I like cheesy romance stuff. The romance is the best part of this book. I enjoyed that. It is Yu-Gi-Oh! There is an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! I forget what's happening. I'm sorry, I don't know ball. My cat is crying so bad right now. There's an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where someone is in a mind palace like this. I forget what's happening or what the context is or who the characters are. I'm sorry, I don't know ball. I'm a fake Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan. But I can like picture, I believe it's Yugi, in a fucking mind palace. Maybe he's like in the Pharaoh's mind palace and it's like there's a bunch of rooms and doors and staircases and he's like literally going through someone's mind trying to find something. And I'm like, this is Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything's Yu-Gi-Oh! Why is everything Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know, whatever. They're in each other's minds, and they actually lose the first game to Daniel Soy, and another girl. He's partnered with some like fairy lady, who never gets mentioned in the scene again. It says her name, and then I literally don't think she's ever mentioned again. Because Shay's like, oh my god, Daniel Soy knows my mind. I can't lose to Daniel Soy. He knows all my moves. He's plotting against me, and she literally never thinks about the other person who is also strategizing against her. She only cares about Daniel Soy, even though like realistically, like, this other player is like an element of surprise, you know? Maybe she can throw something totally off guard because, like, I don't know, they know how Daniel Soy works, and no consideration for this other person who beats her. Like, she does lose to Daniel Soy, and whoever that fairy lady is, I forget her name because she's only mentioned once and never again. Not important. Even though this is Shay Fury's first loss in a while, and she's like, oh my god, I lost to Daniel Soy. You also lost to someone else. Like, should you not be worried about the fact that you also lost to someone else? Okay. But then they win a bunch of other games. It's fine. They win enough games to advance to the next round. They're safe. They don't get murdered for not picking blueberries. And Shay Fury finds this, like, mental connection chess sort of exhilarating. Again, she's kind of tired of chess. She sees it as a means to an end. It's all she knows. She hasn't had fun playing in a long time, but she has fun playing sort of passionately and, like, with Kira. And they're in these situations where they're sort of in a time crunch and they just kind of have to move and, like, trust each other. She's like, oh my god, I'm having fun playing chess with Kira. Gay. She's like, oh my god, I like Kira. I'm like, I could kiss her. But, like, no, I won't kiss her. And also, like, oh my god, she's gonna move to the human world and, like, we're gonna, like, move in together. And then she's like, oh, wait a minute. Only one of us can win. So either I win and get my sister, or she wins and comes to the human world, but we can't do both. Oh my god, that's tragic. And that's how part 2 ends, with this realization that she can't have both of these things that she really wants. Kira does something that I like here, in which she calls out the fact that Shay Fury's quest to save her sister is fucking stupid. Kira hears the story, Shay Fury's whole backstory of, like, why she wants to rescue her sister to win this. And Kira's like, have you considered that your sister wants to be here because she's fairy Jesus and is clearly not fit for the mortal world and has to come to the fairy world and live here to harness her powers? And Shay Fury's like, no, I haven't considered that because that means all the fucking work I've been doing for years is fucking useless and I'm not ready to admit that yet. So, like, we are getting that arc where this is a fucking stupid quest and Shay Fury will become aware of that. I feel like she's still gonna win. Maybe Kira wins at the end of the book. She wins the tournament. But I feel like Shay Fury has to beat Madeir. And then maybe if they beat Madeir, I don't know, he'll just fucking let his little sister do whatever the fuck she wants. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like she could run away, right? Like, she doesn't really have to be granted freedom. She could just run away. I mean, theoretically, Madeir would track her down, but, like, whatever, man. I don't know. You can figure it out. At least she kind of has to run away. So part of her backstory is, like, I don't know, someone was trying to kill her, political assassination bullshit. Someone was, like, tracking her down. She went to live with a different family, and they were still trying to kill her. And the only reason she's safe right now is because Madeir sort of rescued her from this. Which, again, to bring up politics and, like, how they settle everything by chess. No, they don't. There's clearly, like, bloodthirsty political actions happening here, like warfare actions happening here. And I don't think these people are, like, so honorable and dignified that, like, everything would be settled by chess. You know, like, why wouldn't Madeir just, like, win a chess game for Kira's, you know, safety forever and ever, and then everyone respects that. I don't think they would. Because, like, if you're so committed to killing this woman that you're, like, tracking her down, like, chess wouldn't change that. Chess is the backbone of this. It's just stupid. I'm so tired. I don't know, man. I don't know how well thought out this is. I should stop thinking about it and just, like, take it at face value, but, like, the political implications, brother. Anyway, back to the plot. While the, like, couples tournaments are going, it goes for a couple of days where they're doing the pair matches. I feel like Shay Fury is sleeping in her own room at this point, which is weird. They never again bring up the fact that someone, like, broke into Shay's room and used ensorcel sorcery magic to threaten her. Again, that was why she stayed that one night in Kira's room, also for the romance of it all. But then I think after that she just starts staying in her own room, because it's something about after one of the matches they do go their separate ways and, like, they say goodbye for the night, and so they're not, like, sleeping in the same bed still, which again is a little surprising because I feel like Allison Saft would just do the fan service thing of, like, oh my god, you can't go back to your room ever. Like, what if they break it again? Like, it could happen any time. Like, you should just sleep in my bed every night forever now. Obviously, we're U-hauling, right? You offered to let me live with you. Like, just come sleep in my bed already. I guess not. I guess she's just fine sleeping in her own room now. We've forgotten the threat, which is dumb because we get threatened again. So the next competition is, I don't know, whatever. We're deciding who gets white versus black for the next competition. To do that, they have to carry these fucking magical flames to a location that they're magically guided to by the flames, whatever. It's the middle of the night. It's some sort of festival ritual. Again, they have a bajillion festivals. And again, they're, like, off the palace grounds, so, like, they don't have Medear's protection. And because of that, someone threatens them. Shay Fury is walking through the woods with her flame, trying to find her fucking pyre to light. And she sees her sister just sitting there in the woods. And she goes and she's like, oh my god. And then she's like, that's not my sister. This is funky magic. Someone's threatening me. Daniel Soy is following her here as well. Probably because, I don't know, she helped him when he was getting ensorcelled, and now she's getting ensorcelled, and whatever. They're there, and Kira's also there. Kira and the evil witch, sister ghost, whatever, illusion, get into a fight. The sister stabs Kira. She'll be fine, but Daniel and Shay, like, carry her to bed, and she's like, this is terrible, it will take an hour to heal, which is kind of funny. But whatever. Shay's fixing her up. She's like, I don't fucking have first aid training. Bandages? Whatever. So she puts Kira to bed, and then she's talking to Daniel Soy, and Daniel Soy is like, I think Medear's cheating. Because he's got the eyeball. Daniel Soy didn't see the fucking eyeball. But Shay Fury's telling him about that because the bet they had was, like, she would lose her eye. Technically, they drew. She drew against Medear when they played when she was a child, and so she didn't lose her eye. But Daniel Soy thinks that, like, every time someone plays Medear and loses, they never play chess again. And he's like, I don't think they just retired out of shame. Like, what if they can't play chess? And they come to the conclusion that Medear is actually stealing the chess skills of these people. Every time he beats someone, he gains their powers. And so he's an amalgamation of a bajillion really good chess players, and that's why no one's ever beaten him. It's just because he's basically a computer. That's where I ended off in terms of plot. They're like, how are we going to take it down? So I guess Daniel Soy's our friend. Kira's sick in bed. She'll be fine, probably. We don't know who the, like, trickster is. Like, who is impersonating the sisters. All of the sisters. Who's doing the ensorcel magic. I don't know if I want to say the sister, actually Étaín, because she does have weird powers. But, like, why would she stab Kira? Like, there are no other characters except that one fairy lady who got named that Shay Fury didn't think about ever again. I don't know who it is. Medear? I don't know, I feel like he wants to take their powers, right? He invited them here, so why would he be telling them to drop out of the tournament? I don't know who it is. I don't know that I care. I'm kind of interested. I'll be a little bit fair. Yeah, there's some action. Kira's stabbed. She's pretty injured. You know, she'll be fine probably, but she's injured. There's a point that I didn't mention this earlier. There's a point where like Kira gets so mad that her hair dye comes off of her hair. Or like, I don't even remember the context now, but I remember thinking about it and then I didn't tell you about it and I had to tell you. It was like literally her hair, like all the hair dye just like poofs off of her hair because she's so mad or something. And I'm like, that's so fucking cartoony. And like that would be funny in a funny book. This is not a comedy. It takes itself too seriously, and so those moments of like what could be funny are like so over the top stupid and just like weird. Like the tone doesn't fit. And even like the cousin dog, like it just doesn't quite fit because this book takes itself so seriously that when it is trying to do something light and funny, it's like the tone clashes. So elements of this book are good or are funny, but it just doesn't work as a collection. Whatever. And now we're gonna go through some lines that I highlighted that I didn't like, or were some of them were like very Ireland plot things. We won't talk about those again probably. But let's just see what we got here. I marked where Shay says she's not interested in being the world champion of chess. I think I marked that because is it the world champion? Would they still call it that? Are fairies allowed to play in world championship tournaments? Are they allowed? Is it literally Earth, like just our world only players? So it literally is world championships, or should it be worlds championships in this universe where there are multiple worlds? I don't know. Just pointing that out. I marked a line Kira said that struck me as funny. I'm sort of nitpicking here. As a grandmaster, I am fortunate to have the privilege to travel. I must work hard to keep it. She's talking about traveling to Earth, but because she's a grandmaster, it's like the fact that she's a fairy princess who is going to inherit this kingdom, which has so many political implications with our world, is apparently not enough for her to be able to travel. She's only allowed to travel because she's good at chess. That's fucking ridiculous. But again, not in a funny way, just in a way that like, I don't think Allison Saft has thought about the full political implications of this world. Chess is not as important. I'm so sorry. I don't fucking believe you. It's not that important. Here's more about Kira talking about like the mortal realm. She says that things from the mortal realm are forbidden in Tirnail, because Midir considers them dangerous. And again, that's what I was thinking about. Like, how dangerous are they? Like, you're fairies. Like, you have magical powers, girl. He believes it best that we do not fully understand what technology mortals have developed and the threats it poses to us. He insists that limiting contact and limiting curiosity are the best ways to protect ourselves. I mean, there are like nuclear bombs. That is pretty scary. If you could teleport a nuclear bomb through the mushroom circles, that's pretty scary. But also, you would like need to be aware of that threat, right? Like people, like we should know. Like the people should know. Pretending that Earth doesn't have nuclear bombs isn't helping anybody. Unless he thinks someone's gonna nuclear bomb him, which is possible. Maybe he's just a really fucking terrible politician. Because everyone's trying to kill each other to gain power. Which, whatever. I guess people are bad at politics, sure. There's another line about this later, though. Let me find it. Midir comes to yell at Kira for being irresponsible. He mocks her for wanting to go to the Earth realm so much. The mortal realm is a land of sin, sorrow, and death. Brother, you are killing people for not picking enough blueberries. We got that here. We got sin, sorrow, and death at home. Kira also says, Midir is right about me after all. I am a dissident. I belong nowhere and to no one. I know that will not change in the mortal world, but I love chess too much to give it up. And I'm like, brother, like, there's like assassination attempts on your life. Chess ain't the most important thing in the world right now. You should be thinking about the mortal world as like asylum, refuge, like your safety, like starting a new life. Like, who the fuck cares about chess? Like, there are people trying to assassinate you, and your brother hates you and is probably going to kill you and stop people from assassinating you. Stop stopping people from assassinating you. Why are we talking about chess? I don't know. Another line where they're talking about Midir maybe being a cheater from his eye and absorbing powers. She couldn't wrap her head around it. She couldn't accept it. The High King of the Irish Otherworld. Cheating. Brother, he kills people. Brother, he kidnapped a 16-year-old. Étaín was 16 when she got take it to the fairy world. You think he kidnapped a 16-year-old? You can't imagine him cheating at chess? Are you fucking for real? You saw him kill people for not picking enough blueberries. What are we on about? Chess is not more important than all of this. Oh my god, I totally forgot. Because this book is... Oh, this book is so good that I forgot. We do know who the lady, the ensorcel evil lady is. It's Fulminac or something. I forget her name. We do know who it is. This is totally important. I completely forgot this. So we get the backstory of the fucking whatever reincarnation Étaín is. So apparently Midir saw a hot chick one time and wanted her and made like some like guy who owed him a favor get him the girl, and then he brought the girl home, but he already had a wife. Midir already had a wife, and the girl's name was Étaín Ekrate, like she had the same fucking name. But Kira's telling the story, maybe she's just replacing the lady's name with Étaín's name because she's telling the story to Shay Fury. But so Midir's wife is Fulminac or something, whatever her name is, and she's like, no, fuck this bitch. And so she like cursed Étaín and like blew her away. She turned her into a fly and blew her away or something. I clearly don't remember the story well, but it's Midir's ex-wife is the evil villain of the story. And she cursed Étaín to go away for 1,000 years, and that's why she's just been reborn on Earth, somewhere very far away. It's a whole thing. Okay, so we know who Étaín is. She's just some like fucking hot chick. Sure. That's low-key not that interesting. Again, I wasn't that interested in the story, but I did think it'd be more than that. It's just Midir's just in an argument with his ex-wife for 1,500 years. And they thought she was dead, or like she was supposed to be dead, but maybe someone lied, or maybe like they didn't actually kill her and she managed to survive or whatever. She's back. It's her, probably. Fulminac. I don't think that's her name. And she can disguise herself. She might be a competitor. She might just be manipulating people. They don't know what she looks like. Again, like she's been walking around looking like Étaín, or she was in the forest at least. Whatever, they don't know what she looks like. They don't know like who she's pretending to be right now. Probably one of the other competitors. Which there's only like 8 competitors left. So you probably narrow it down. Maybe she's Lily. Because Lily knows a lot about the fairy world, right? But she's a human. She's like, oh, I'm just researching it. Maybe she's Fulminac. Fulminac, the almanac of fairy history. What's her name? Okay, I'm reading it. Some guy accidentally knocked out Midir's eye, like plucked his eyeball out. And as payment, he asked that guy to get him the fairest maiden in Tirnail. And there could be no other but Étaín Ekrate, the princess of one of Ulster's elf mounds. Princess Elf Mounds. Okay. How are you the princess of an elf mound? Maybe she lives in Ireland? I don't know. I filmed so long my camera stopped recording and I am running out of space. So let's try to wrap this up. I have a few more bullet points I marked down here. This is a good line. I'll praise the book here. I liked this part. Kira's talking about what she wants to do in the mortal realm. This is her bucket list of Earth things to do. The first item is to attend a Renaissance fair. Use a stapler. Watch the washing machines in a self-serve laundromat. Consume the bright blue drinks from the 7-11 store. Go to an aquarium. Put on the shoes with the wheels on them. I'm like, okay, that's genuinely funny. Like 7-11, those shoes with the wheels on them. That's funny. I like that. I do think Kira is my favorite character here. I do kind of like her. She's very fan servicey. She's kind of a manic pixie dream girl, but like I kind of like her. Whatever. I'm taking what I can get here. They're having this conversation after they're like, I don't remember if they're celebrating their win or commemorating a loss, whatever. After one of their games, they're just talking. Kira brings wine, which I guess is fine. I don't know how wine affects the fairy system. They live forever, so maybe they don't get like cirrhosis. Maybe they don't get addicted to wine. But she offers them to Shay, and Shay takes it, even though we've established that Shay doesn't enjoy the feeling of drunken giddiness, and so doesn't drink. And also she's 19 and probably from America, and so I don't think she would ever be in any position to really be drinking frequently. Why would she take the wine? Why would she accept the wine? Why does she just do it so casually here? I believe it is to show, like, remember when Shay Fury was a loser who hated the giddy, tipsy feeling? Yeah, now she's drinking socially like a normal person, and she doesn't even think about it. Which is kind of fucked up for a 19-year-old to be doing. Or anyone, to be honest. Like, that's not good. Social drinking is not good. Like, that's not the epitome of, like, social interaction that everyone has to have. I don't know that we need to normalize drinking more socially. This feels like another thing where this is not a YA novel. These are just adult characters, and the author's just like, yeah, adults drink whatever. And is not thinking about the fact that their 19-year-old protagonist is just casually drinking wine because 19-year-olds do that. She says the wine is pleasantly tart and rich, like bilberries. Okay. I do stand by that. I'm very against drinking in general, but also definitely drinking in YA novels, which this apparently is, even though it's not a YA novel. But to show a 19-year-old drinking it is a little bit fucked up to normalize. That did make me feel like a person I saw in the Goodreads reviews for this book. There was a woman who listed every single swear word and how many times it was used, and was absolutely fucking outraged. She was like, this is a book for children. This is a young adult novel. Why are we normalizing cursing in young adult novels? Why are these teenagers cursing? Which is different and more unhinged than me yelling about alcohol, because alcohol is bad for you and cursing. It's nothing, bro. It's not that big a deal. Very funny. I love Goodreads comments. They are so unhinged sometimes. Speaking of unhinged people, you know those people who are like, does the book say the word lesbian? You know, they're queer women, but it doesn't say the word lesbian. No one says the word lesbian anymore. This book says the word lesbian. Shay is realizing that she has a crush on Kira. She says on some level, she'd always known she was a lesbian. It felt almost abstract when she never had room in her life for anything but chess. But she'd never experienced anything like this before. It made her want to do something reckless. It made her want to find out if Kira's lips would taste like wine. Which again is just such an adult way to write teenagers wanting to kiss each other. Why is wine here? Why is wine here? Why are you cursing 47 times? But it does say the word lesbian. If you're one of those people who needs the book to say the word lesbian. No one says the word lesbian anymore. They do it because they hate lesbians. Authors hate lesbians. They write whole books about lesbians, but they hate lesbians. It's lesbophobic. It has nothing to do with the fact that obviously they're fucking gay because this is a romance novel and literally everyone's gay and being gay all the time. It's like, sometimes you just don't need to actually say the word. Does it come up? Does it actually come up? Is the author actually lesbophobic writing a lesbian book? Just because maybe the word lesbian specifically intentionally does not come up. Girl, they're making out. They're making out. I don't think heterosexual romance novels say the word heterosexual. Girl, those lesbians implied. Maybe it says it, maybe it doesn't. It's irrelevant. Girl. And there's also a U-Haul joke. Daniel is talking about, Daniel sees what's going on between these two. He's like, I didn't think you'd ever throw a game for a girl. She's like, I would do that. I never do that. I'm Shay Fury. That's not what happened. A girl. He's like, you done booking the U-Haul? So literally Daniel makes a U-Haul joke, which it's just so fucking weird to have like these weird medieval fairies and 21st century U-Haul jokes and cell phones and 7-Eleven stores. It's just weird. I don't know. It feels weird. Whatever. One last thing. Shay Fury says Jesus as like an exclamation, like Jesus. And that got me thinking about the religious implications in a world with fairies. Does that make people more religious or less religious? Because if Jesus says, hello, I'm a magic man, people are like, yeah, we've met magic men before. That's definitely a real thing. And so we are more inclined to believe you? Or is that like, we've met magic men before. Your god's just like some guy. He's just like some fairy guy from another realm. Yeah, I mean, we bet he's real, but like, is he all-powerful, the most powerful guy in the universe? He's probably just from another realm. He's probably just some fairy king or something, and so they don't believe him? I don't know. There are so many implications of our world, but with a knowledge of magic. it just drastically changes everything, and it seems like nothing has actually changed in this universe. So like, I don't know. Also, was Jesus executed, persecuted? How does religion work? Because if he shows up and says, "Hello, I am the magic man," people are like, "Yeah, I'm sure you can do magic." Is that worth killing him? I need to know how Christianity changed in this universe. Maybe then, but that doesn't make sense because like that we have confirmed magic. I don't know. I just feel like that's different, and that would affect like people today. Maybe at the time it affects totally differently, and then even today. Because a lot of people don't believe today because they're like, "Oh, magic's not real." But if magic is real, they're like, "Oh, like what? What plane is this guy from?" Do the fairies believe Jesus? The fairies believe in God? Do they think that there's like another plane that's like even greater and more powerful than theirs? I don't know. I'm interested, but there's like too much, and I know you can't explain all of this in a book because it's way too fucking much. But I'm gonna have to think about it because you've radically altered our world, but it is our world, and so it's so recognizable that like I'm just thinking about how these things would change our world, and I don't think they have as much as the author tells me they have. I don't know. I'm thinking too much. Sorry for having a brain. Don't read this book with a brain. It hurts. Unless I don't have a brain and I'm just not understanding genre conventions. In which case, I'm so smart, guys. I'm so smart. Okay, I think that's it. This is my longest update yet, but I did read 100 pages. Maybe I'll update you at the end of part 3. Maybe not. Let's stop. Let's stop for today. It's fine. I'm sort of enjoying the romance. I kind of like Kira as a character. I hope it works out for them. I don't really give a fuck about Sapphic and her sister. I forgot the bad guy existed. So I don't really care about that. I don't really care about Madeiran's ex-wife. Again, Madeiras, I don't know if he's gonna get a redemption arc. Because he's fucking killing people over blueberries. He's very controlling of his little sister and basically threatening to get her killed and stop protecting her. But also, maybe has a tragic backstory about his wife, but he was cheating on his wife. Does he really love Étaín? He just wanted a hot woman. So, like, his love for Étaín is not that interesting, and he's just bickering with his ex-wife. Maybe he's just a comically bad guy. I don't know how interesting that is. I don't know, whatever. I don't care. I like the romance. I want to see them kiss. Because it's a YA novel, and they're only allowed to kiss and curse 47 times. How could they? How could they? Okay, I finished part 3. This is my second to last update. For the last update, I'm just gonna read the final part, and then we're gonna be done. I'm being mean, and I'm gonna be mean in this video. There's a good scene in this section. Like, this ends, not the very last scene, but the second to last scene here ends with a banger scene. So like an actually good, unexpected, riveting, good scene. And again, this isn't the worst book I've ever read in my life. I'm gonna give it some praise after I'm done. I am disliking it more than I'm liking it. But it has some redeeming qualities. It's not quite as terrible as I expected. I feel like I've been very mean for the past however many hours you've been watching this. I'm sorry. Well, let's continue to be a little bit mean. But we need to get through it. It is July 20th. I started this video on May 4th, and I started reading this in April. The book comes out in early August. I'd like to get this video done before the book comes out, because I've been reading the book for months. We're almost done. Okay. So where I left off, Kira got stabbed by Fuamnak, whose name I read properly. Again, it's not Fulminac, it's Fuamnak. Not pronounced correctly by me. None of these names are pronounced correctly by me. I'm very sorry. That one's on me. Fuamnak is the evil villain here, the ex-wife of Madeir, even though I don't think she's a villain, because she's just a lady who got mad that her husband cheated on her. She might be morally gray. She stabbed Kira. Then Shay Fury and Daniel Soy had a conversation about how they think Madeir is cheating with his Maximilian Pegasus Millennium Talisman Eye. After this, it's time for the next round of the tournament. Shay Fury is set to play against a 10-year-old girl who throws a hissy fit when she loses because she's a 10-year-old fairy girl.
This match is anticlimactic. It is just a normal match, except for the fact that Shay Fury has to play the black pieces because she didn't complete the candle trial because she was busy with Kira and Fuamnak and Daniel Soy. So, oh my god, she has to play black. This is the worst thing in the world. Not really at all. There is an advantage to playing white, especially at a Grandmaster level. Like, there is a slight advantage to having white, but these are professional chess players who have played a bajillion games of black over the course of their entire careers, and they practice this, and I don't think that's that big of a deal. I'm just gonna be honest. Playing black is just not that big of a punishment, and even Shay Fury doesn't even think about, oh my god, I have to play black. I'm not practiced for black. I've never played black before in my life. It's fine. She wins. And this is just really anticlimactic because, like, she knew she would have to play black, so she had time to prepare for that. I don't know if she did, because does she need to? She's a professional chess player. But, like, after a surprise first match where they had no idea they'd be playing right then and there, and they had no time to prepare, and then another match where they were psychically fused with another human and, like, in someone else's brain space having to play a pairs game against another psychically bonded pair of professional chess players. This, like, normal match is real fucking anticlimactic. Like, why are the stakes lowering over the course of a tournament? That's not how tournaments work. And again, this, like, is being sort of broadcast or commentated upon. Like, it's a spectacle. People are watching this, and the stakes have lowered for this round. Interesting choice from Madeir and Allison Saft. I also don't know if Allison Saft has thought about the implications of this 10-year-old being in this weird death tournament. Like, just think about that. Okay, so I don't know if there's any other kids, possibly. If you're good enough to qualify, you're good enough to qualify. That makes sense, in theory, but also, like, the stakes are so high. Like, if this kid, like, cheated at something, like, what if this kid tried to cheat at picking blueberries? Because she's a 10-year-old, and she's kind of a brat because she's a 10-year-old. Like, what if she had tried to cheat at that? Would Madeir have killed a 10-year-old? Did her parents allow her to sign up for this death competition? Do her parents know that? Would they take her out once they saw other people being killed for cheating? Like, what if your sneaky little 10-year-old doesn't understand the stakes and, like, tries to pull a sneaky little tricky move and then gets murdered for not picking enough blueberries? Do you try to get your kid out of that situation? Are they allowed? Is the contract really binding? Are the parents mad? Are the parents here? Does she have parents? I don't know. I wouldn't let my kid do this, maybe. And also, I probably wouldn't let my kid psychically fuse minds with another competitor who is probably an adult. Theoretically, there could have been another kid here. There could have been two 10-year-olds stuck in each other's brains. But I'm feeling like, statistically, this 10-year-old got mind trapped with an adult, possibly another 1,000-year-old man. I don't really like that idea. That could go badly. And also, I don't know if a child can really consent to that and understand that. Worst case scenario, some bad things could happen in that situation. I don't like that. Best case scenario, that 1,000-year-old adult was probably very annoyed at having to be mind linked with a bratty 10-year-old. That sounds annoying for them as well. Also, did the kid make it through that? Girl. The idea of this 10-year-old doing all of this death competition stuff. And also, they let a 10-year-old wander around in the dark forest in the middle of the night, outside of the palaces and King Madeir's protection. You just let 10-year-olds do that? You just let kids do that? Are the labor laws different in Fairylandia? I just don't know that Allison Saft has thought about this that much. Like, I just need to know the child labor laws of Fairyland. And I'm not gonna get them. This is the last child in the competition. Shay Fury kicks her ass. I don't know, man. Then after this match, Shay Fury goes outside. I think she's, like, on a swing set, whatever. Kira comes out. She's fine, I guess. I don't think they ever really talk about how she just got stabbed. I mean, she's a fairy. They kind of know she'll heal, but, like, no one... not a big deal. Shay Fury tells Kira about the Daniel Soy eyeball Madeir situation theory that they've got going on. Kira agrees. Then they make out. I read this part a couple weeks ago. All of these updates are a couple weeks between. I basically never pick up this book. But this is the scene where they admit their feelings to each other and they make out. And it's a good makeout scene. Again, not a YA novel. Like, they get kind of hot and heavy. It's not like a sex scene or anything, but like there's a scene where Shea Fury pulls Kira onto her lap and it's like a hot and heavy makeout kind of thing. And I'm like, this isn't a YA novel. Nothing about this says YA novel. Why is this a YA novel? Why are they not fucking nasty? Oh, but whatever. Cute. They're kind of they're an item now. Yay. What happens next? What happens next? I think also in this conversation with Kira, Shea Fury finally mentions that she wants to try to see her sister. A thing that I have said this whole time. Like, she's presumably feet away. Yards away. I don't know what the fairy unit of measurement is. But like, she's here in this castle, allegedly. And so Shea Fury's like, I wonder if I could maybe try to get in contact with my sister that is in this castle, allegedly, and has been here for days with me. And Kira conveniently has the relevant information. She's like, oh yeah, the Final Four dinner, it's gonna be in Midir's wing of the palace, where your sister is. That's really convenient. That's great. So maybe you could try to sneak away and find your sister there somehow. And not like sneak away, they have a plan where, because Midir is the fairy king, he like is magically bound to be a good host, even though he killed all those people for not picking enough blueberries. The idea is that if Shea refuses to eat from his feast at the Final Four dinner, it will insult King Midir. He will be wounded. He will feel like he is not a good host. He has not provided adequate food to his guests. And so she will be able to make a request of him, and she requests that he allow her to visit any place in the palace so that she can go find her sister. And he is magically bound to say yes, because he cannot insult his guests, even though he killed those people for not picking enough blueberries. Remember that? I don't really understand how Shea being rude to the king is the king's fault here, and like those other people, like, how dare you not pick me enough blueberries? Die. I just feel like killing your competitors isn't being a very good host, if I'm honest. In my opinion, just my opinion. So fairy law seems a bit conveniently hypocritical. I just feel like the king is like, you don't like my food? Fuck you. Die. That seems in character for him. Okay, no, guess not. So Shea immediately leaves the dinner to go sneak off to a new wing of the palace. The first room she enters, conveniently, is like this storage room with a bunch of paintings, and a lot of the paintings are of her sister, but they're not her sister. They're her sister's like past reincarnation, Étaín Eckgrade, and also like paintings of Midir. It's all like convenient to like confirm that this is a real thing and a real story about this Étaín Eckgrade girl and Midir and Fuamnock. I think there's also paintings of Fuamnock here. Then Fuamnock shows up. You're not gonna believe who Fuamnock is, guys. Remember how the active theory was that maybe she's one of the competitors in disguise. We're down to the final four, so let's figure out who Fuamnock might be. Is it Shea Fury, the protagonist whose head we've been in the entire time? Kira of Bree Leaf, the very famous princess with a lot of backstory and the fame and notoriety, and everyone knows who she is, and she's very important. Is it Daniel Soy, the also famous earthy and human chess player? Or is it Lily Keenan, the girl no one has ever seen before until this tournament? It's Lily Keenan, the girl no one has ever seen before this tournament. Surprising no one, and not trying to drag on any suspense, Lily shows up and just immediately reveals herself to be Fuamnock, the woman from the paintings, so that Shea knows what Fuamnock looks like, conveniently. Thank God this was the painting room. And we learn a little bit about Fuamnock here. She's like, I'm not really here to kill your sister. I just hate my ex-husband because he's a cheating bitch. I mean, maybe I'd kill your sister if that would really hurt him. But again, like, she was just some hot girl. He just took some hot girl. He wasn't in love with her. They didn't know each other. He just asked to be given a hot girl as a favor. and then he got a hot girl and just brought her home. They don't know each other. They're not in love. Why is she here? Why does he care? I don't know. And then Shay Fury says some dumb line. In Kira's version of the story, Fuamnok had seemed an unreasonable, jealous woman, but this was... And then she trails off, like Shay Fury is just now having the revelation. Is this woman who got cheated on by her husband not the bad guy? Girl, what did you think was going on here? Obviously, Madeir's the asshole. Did Shay Fury think that lady should just let her husband bring home a hot young woman and cheat on her? Is that what Shay Fury was thinking? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know why that line's there. Then Fuamnok is like, I magically curse you to never reveal my identity. You cannot tell that you saw me to anyone. You cannot tell them who I am or who I'm pretending to be. You are cursed. Magic. And I also curse you to go back to the dining room. Stop exploring the palace. Don't go find your sister. Go back to the dining room, which is very convenient because King Madeir was just waiting for her to return, even though she made no notion that she was going to return or eat this food or anything. But King Madeir is waiting for her, and he's like, okay, finally, she's back. Now we can decide the semi-final matchups. And this is where I was surprised. This was a good scene. Okay, so I thought the Kira versus Shay matchup would probably be in the finals. But no, Kira and Shay are matched against each other. And then Lily / Fuamnok and Daniel Soy are matched against each other. That becomes relevant later. Daniel Soy loses. But he loses because Fuamnok is a powerful wizard who, like, fucks him up mentally. She's cheating. She's a cheater. Death to cheaters. I don't really know how King Madeir doesn't know this. He knew a magic ring cheater, but God forbid a woman completely disguise herself and completely alter her opponent's mind at the board, and the king just can't tell. Okay. Or maybe it's something where later we're revealed that he does know and he wants to beat his ex-wife at chess or some shit. I don't know. Whatever. The juicy part of the scene is that Kira and Shay have to play each other. And they're obviously distraught about this because they both really want to win this. Kira needs to leave. Like, her life is literally in danger if she lives in the fairy world. Her brother doesn't respect her. She's not a real heir. Other people are trying to kill her. Like, she needs to escape to save her life. And Shay needs her sister for some reason, even though she knows her sister is magically fated to be here and doesn't need saving. Low-key, I'm rooting for Kira. Not even low-key. I don't really give a fuck about Shay Fury or her sister. I haven't seen her sister. Just am not emotionally invested in this sister. I don't believe she's being captured. There's only, like, less than 100 pages left. I don't know how much screen time she's gonna get. I feel like she's gonna come in at the very end. And I just don't care about the sister. I don't care. I don't care. And Kira is my favorite character in this book, and I do want her to live. Okay? And Kira also wants to live. And she makes a plea with Shay. She's like, Shay, if you win this game, you are killing me. I will be cursed to stay here, and I will die. And Shay Fury's like, but I gotta save my sister, bro. That sucks, man. But, like, I don't feel good about it, but I gotta save my sister. So they kind of have a little third act breakup here, even though they were barely together or whatever. Daniel Soy keeps teasing them about how they're flirting and in love and, you know, calling them girlfriends, even though they haven't said anything or talked about it. They're not official, but they kind of break up here. And then Daniel Soy helps Shay prepare against Kira because he knows that Shay Fury is just, like, moping in her room and not practicing. He goes and helps her practice. I guess he wants Shay to win because they're trying to save their sisters and they're bonding and they're friends. Kinda. Frenemies, they're friends. So Shay Fury shows up to the game, the day of the game, and the stakes have raised a little bit from that match where there were no consequences or twists or anything interesting going on. This game is a semifinals game, and so it is very, like, publicly, like, there's more spectators than usual. There's, like, commentators set up in another room. Again, this is being broadcast sort of to the Earth realm. It's kind of a big deal. There's a lot of eyes going on. Like, people are really into the semifinal games now that it's serious. And another little twist is that they both have to offer up something of value to them. And whichever player offers up the most valuable thing, they get to play white. Because, like, you just gotta play white, bro. And Shay Fury, I can't tell if this is funny or bad or if I care. Shay Fury is like, I don't really have anything to offer. The only thing I've ever cared about is my sister. I don't got her. I guess I cared about Kira, but like, I don't got her. I guess I'll just offer up my favorite jacket. I kind of like this moment to show that Shay, like, literally has nothing going on in her life except chess. And her sister, I guess, it kind of shows just, like, how isolated Shay Fury is. I guess it's kind of funny or interesting or says something. And then Kira walks up, playing 4D chess, and says, I offer my life. And so if she loses this game, she will die. And Shay is like, oh my god. Now Shay is like truly presented with the prospect of Kira's death. Like, it will happen right now if Shay wins this game. And it will happen at Shay's hand. Shay will be the direct cause, and that's different than, you know, this sort of abstract concept of like, if she stays in the fairy realm too long, maybe someone will assassinate her or something. You know, it's this abstract maybe concept. Maybe they'll find another plan out of here, you know. But no, now Shay is faced with the fact that she will kill Kira if Kira loses this game. And Shay doesn't want Kira to die. They're in love a little bit. They're flirting. I don't really think they're in love, but they're flirting. They're in lust. They haven't even fucked nasty yet. So obviously you can't let your maybe girlfriend die. Like, this was good. Like, this is stakes. Like, this is juicy drama, relationship drama, plot drama. Everything converges into this scene. This was a great scene. I didn't know how it was going to end necessarily. They go for the idea that, like, maybe they can draw this. I don't really know what happens if they draw. I think it says that they'll play a tiebreaker match the next day, and then in the meantime, Shay will try to talk Kira out of this crazy plan to offer her life. If she can even retract that, who knows? But Kira stands strong. They get presented with, like, the board. The game allows them in a place where, like, they could draw it. It's possible to draw. But Shay knows that she could win. There's, like, one move. She knows that she can win, and Kira knows it too. Kira knows that Shay will win this game if they play it through. But it's sort of a niche move, and so, like, she offers up the draw, and it seems like it would be a genuine draw sort of at this point, and, like, necessarily the spectators wouldn't immediately know that she was throwing the game in a way. She offers the draw, but Kira says, no, I'm not gonna draw. One of us is gonna win. If you want to kill me. And Kira knows that Shay does not want to kill her, and so Shay Fury resigns. She loses the match. Even though she would have won the match, she loses to save Kira's life. And I'm like, that's character growth. That's, like, actual that's juicy drama. Holy shit. Like, that's a big moment for Shay, for the plot. Oh my god, what a great scene. We had a good scene in this book. A great scene in this book. Oh my god. Like, Kira's such a badass, like, calling her bluff. And, like, really fucking, like, forcing this on Shay. And, like, forcing her to make this decision and assess her values. Like, it was a great scene. So Shay Fury loses. And then she just magically gets transported home to America. She goes to her house where she does nothing and just kind of wallows in a depressive episode for weeks, days. I forget how much time has passed. You see how isolating and lonely Shay Fury's life is here. She has absolutely nobody. She just stays in her house and eats takeout and doesn't clean or shower or take care of herself. And then eventually Daniel Soy gives her a call at 3 a.m. for some reason and is like, hello, I lost my match against Lily Keenan. Shay is surprised by this. She didn't know. She just got transported. I don't really know why Shay is surprised by this, because he was battling a magical sorceress who's cheating. But she watches footages of his games, and it's like, it's clearly he is not in the right headspace. Like, something is going wrong. Like, he does not play like this. Something's weird. And he calls her, and he was like, something was weird with that game that I lost. And I looked up this Lily Keenan girl, and she's not real. Like, there are records of her, but it's like a false identity. She's been living in the Earth world since, like, at least the 1950s or something. And she has, like, all these false records that don't really lead anywhere. Like, she's not a real person. And Shay Fury is like, yeah, I know, but I'm not allowed to say that because I physically cannot speak about Fwamnok because of the curse. But she looks at all of his evidence, and he has a compelling case. And she thinks, you know what? If we can get all of this evidence in front of Madir, maybe something will change. You know, that match will change. He'll disqualify Lily, and maybe Daniel Soy can get back in, or, like, maybe the whole tournament gets reset or something because there was cheating involved. Whatever. They're gonna try to go back to the fairy realm and make their case. Sapphic, I think, is also doing this because she thinks that Fuamnock is going to kill Étaín to get revenge at Midir, even though she said she doesn't really want to kill Étaín. She might, if it comes to it, if she thinks that'll work at getting back at him, but, like, I don't think her sister's in that much danger, but Sapphic is not the smartest when it comes to her sister, and so she thinks her sister is in danger, so she's gonna go try to protect Étaín by getting Fuamnock expelled, killed, whatever. And they're gonna do this by going to Ireland. Guys, we might finally get answers into what the fuck Ireland has to do with anything. Holy shit. The last line of part 3 is, when's the soonest you can get a flight to Dublin? They're gonna go to Ireland, and I guess teleport to the fairy realm. Maybe it is like a teleport scenario where it's easier to go to the fairy realm from Ireland with the elf mounds. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we'll finally know, guys. And that is the end of the summary of part 3. Now we talk about random lines and other bits of trivia and things that I wanted to comment on. So in looking up the name Fuamnock to figure out how to pronounce it, didn't work, by the way. Multiple different pronouncing. A lot of AI pronouncing websites where you click on the website and it used to be a person that like said the name and you're like, oh, this guy has an Irish accent and so I trust that he knows how to say this name. Now it's all robots and I don't know how to say anything. Sorry. I could have done more research and found a different source for that. Oh, but I didn't, because in like looking up how to pronounce this name, I saw a website, like the description on the Google page was like, Fuamnock is the wife of Midir who was jealous of Midir's lover, and I'm like, why is this random website like dictionary.net or whatever, why does it have spoilers for Immortal Game by Allison Saft, the book that is not out yet? Why are they leaking art copy spoilers on this website? Turns out Midir, Fuamnock, Étaín, these are all Irish mythological characters. Like, this is a mythology retelling. Like, these are real mythological characters that Allison Saft didn't come up with. I didn't know that. I didn't know King Midir was a real guy. By real guy, I mean a guy that other people had made up centuries and centuries ago. Was I supposed to know that? This is not marketed as a fairy tale retelling or a mythology retelling. It's inspired by Irish mythology. I guess that's what that means. I didn't know that's what that meant. I just thought they had Irish names and it was fairies. So is all of this like world building stuff, like stuff I'm supposed to know? Am I just supposed to have an understanding of Irish mythology? Allison Saft is assuming that I have an understanding of Irish mythology before I start reading this book. Maybe that is the intended audience. I would counter that this is being marketed as a YA book, and I don't think your YA audience necessarily has that information unless they're really into Irish mythology specifically and they research that on their own. I don't think the kids these days are learning a bunch of Irish mythology in schools. I did not. I don't think the average 15-year-old in the United States of America, where probably a lot of this marketing is happening and where these copies are being sold, I don't think they know who King Midir is. So I don't think that's a demographic to target. I guess you don't need to know who King Midir is. I mean, the book does a decent job setting up who the characters are. I don't think you need to know, but like, am I missing the world building stuff because I don't know this? Am I supposed to know how fairy realms work? Is that just the assumption? Because I don't. Is this my fault? Is it a marketing fault? If you're marketing to YA, you gotta do some hand holding, okay? Kids don't know all this stuff yet. This isn't like advanced fairy literature. Is it? So I didn't do any research into Midir and Fuamnock because I didn't want spoilers. I did see that the hot young chick Midir gets with in mythology is named Étaín and not Étaín. I don't know. Don't know why that's different. Don't know. Whatever. Who cares? Not important, I guess. Like, genuinely, sometimes I say not important, I guess. Sarcastically, I guess that isn't important. It's just a name. Who cares? I don't know who any of these people are, so it means nothing to me. So we've learned that I'm an idiot, maybe. I'm just uncultured. I'm uneducated. I'm not Irish. I don't know Irish mythology. I didn't know that I had to know Irish mythology. I don't think you have to know, but like that maybe that would help with the world building. Maybe Allison Saft genuinely thinks everyone understands this world building, and I don't know. And I feel like the YA audience reading this won't know Irish realm world building because I don't got a clue, man. I don't have a clue. I mean, you explained Medea, like you gave a story of Medea's backstory. She didn't assume that everyone knew that. So like, don't assume that I know what another realm is, man. I don't know. Now let's just look at some lines I highlighted. Here's a weird, like, line that's just weirdly written. I feel like a word is missing here. I'm really nitpicking, but why not? It's like a 3-hour video. Let's just nitpick some weird lines. A limb of the silver apple tree sprouted from the floor and curled around the stone walls. Its branches forked like a stag's. A stag's what? A stag's branches? That's what that sentence implies. Its branches forked like a stag's. A stag doesn't have branches. It has antlers, which is different than a branch. That should read, its branches forked like a stag's antlers. You just forgot the word. I understand what you're going for, so I guess it's successful, but it's not properly written, because a stag doesn't have branches. Maybe an editor will catch that before the final copy. Here's a good line. There's a couple of good lines in this section. I do think the writing is better than it was in like those first 30 pages where I thought it was bad. The writing here is overall acceptable, and there's an occasional line where I'm like, okay, that's a good way to describe that, or Shea Fury would describe it that way, and a lot of that has to do with chess. When Shea does see the world through chess, which makes sense for her character. Those lines are successful. Here's an example. The servant sprang into action as coordinated as a pawn storm. Perfect. Shea Fury would think of it in those terms. The servants would be pawns in this game. And there are a lot of them, and it works. That's a great image, great metaphor, perfect. There's a couple other moments like that. I don't know that I highlighted them all, but usually they're like chess metaphors, where Shea is thinking in terms of chess, and I'm like, yes, that fits this character. Allison Saft did her job, did a good job. Here we get confirmation from the painting room that Étaín's name in her past life literally was Étaín Eckright. Shea's looking at these paintings and she thinks, I just thought maybe they shared the same, admittedly uncommon name. But no, like, the girl in the paintings is, like, literally my sister. Even though it's not her sister, it's her sister's old reincarnation. Incarnation? Old incarnation. Reincarnation is the new one. That's how words work. I'm so smart. Here's another line that I didn't like. Shea Fury's talking about the eyeball. She's talking about the Flomnock. His magical eyeball that lets him steal chess abilities. And Shea phrases it as, it allows him to steal talents. Which I guess, but it's a weird phrasing. I never would have used the word talents to describe that. I mean, it makes sense, but I would have said like abilities or skills. But she specifically says the word talents because then Flomnock says, indeed, shortly after he did away with me, he became known as Medea of the 1,000 Talents. Oh, what a convenient choice of words there. I marked the second makeout scene where they're in the discussion where they're talking about how, Shea, if you win this game, you will kill me. I don't want to fight you. This sucks. They make out again, and again, it's like a hot and heavy makeout session. She wanted, no needed to hear her make that sound again. They're like moaning into each other's mouths. I'm like, this is not a YA novel. I mean, they don't fuck. But like, even like the makeout scene, like, it doesn't read like a YA novel. It's not a YA novel. I don't know why the publisher is marketing that way. It's not. I wonder if Allison Saft genuinely thought this was a YA novel. Because I feel like it's not. I feel like maybe she was just writing new adult. I don't know if she wanted to write sex scenes. Maybe she doesn't like doing that. Maybe she didn't want that for this book. That's fine. But I wonder if, like, she knew she was writing a YA novel when she was writing this. Because I don't think so. It just doesn't feel like a YA novel at all. Not in, like, the prose, not in the themes, the characters, I don't know. Nothing about this feels like a YA novel. That feels like a publisher decision. I would call it new adult. It's just like a fantasy book. It's just a general fantasy book. For maybe a younger age range, but not even like teenagers, like new adult. I mean, a teenager could read this, but it just doesn't feel like YA. And I've read a lot of YA. This doesn't feel like YA. I never would have called this a YA novel if I hadn't seen other reviewers calling it a YA novel, and if I hadn't seen that tag on the Goodreads page. It's not a YA novel. Okay, here I highlighted a line, which is Allison Saft's best idea in the whole book. Allison Saft truly popped off with this line and this line of thinking, and it ruins her entire book because it kills all the suspense. Let's read this. Shay and Daniel are lamenting that, you know, only one of them can win and only one of them gets their sister free, except then Daniel says this: if one of us wins, we can ask for the release of all people stolen from the mortal realm, so that both of their sisters can get freed. And I'm like, Daniel, Allison, you're a genius. You can just wish for multiple things. There's literally nothing from stopping the three of them from colluding. Why don't we just wish for Irina and Étaín and Kira to all be free and allowed to go to the mortal realm? So no matter who wins there, they all get what they want. we can just rope all of these wants into one wish. Duh. What an easy solution. And that no one has talked about this with each other until now. That seems like such an oversight. What a good idea. And what a way to make me not in suspense at all. Because I feel like they could just wish their way out of all of these problems all at once. Fuck, they could even collude with Flomnock and like get her wish in there too. Just get everyone's wishes in there. Just unionize. There's nothing stopping them from this. I mean, maybe they tried it and Medea would stop them, but like, that's a genuine path to explore. Like, bring up that idea to Kira. They should have done that. I think this is before they got kicked out of the game. Yeah, this is when Daniel is teaching Shay, before her match against Kira. He's preparing her. So they could have just went and talked to Kira and been like, hey Kira, can we kind of wish for multiple things in one wish? Or is there a way to word it so that, you know, it sounds like just one wish, but it just coincidentally applies to all of us and all of our wants and needs? And then Kira could have been like, yeah, maybe. Or like, maybe there is a way around this. Like, maybe there is a very specific, tricky way to phrase this that complies with fairy law or like Medea's terms set for the match. They could have done that, and they did not. I feel like they could still do that though. So just wish for everything in one wish. The book's over, guys. We solved it. There's another line here that I really wanted to critique because I feel like it doesn't get at the heart of the book or like the character of Shay Fury in the way that I think it thinks it does. So this is at the very end of the section where Shay Fury is moping in her house because she lost the tournament. And then Daniel Soy calls her and wants help, and she's reluctant to give him help. She's just kind of given up on the whole situation. And then Daniel says, "You're pathetic. Worse, you're a coward. Go ahead and keep giving in at the very first setback you encounter. See how that turns out for you." And that is a reference to how Shay Fury does not like to play down. They even talk about this when he's coaching her before her match with Kira. She does not like to play in a disadvantaged position. Her coach said that at the beginning. That's been a running thing where Shay Fury does not want to ever be down. She does not want to not hold the card, so to speak. So this is supposed to be a moment where someone puts that flaw into her face and she is forced to reconcile with the fact that that is her character flaw. She always gives up too easily, which is just not true in anything other than chess. This implies that this applies to all areas of her life and not just her chess playing. But that's not true. All Shay Fury cares about is her sister and saving her sister and finding her sister, and that's all she has cared about for years. Her entire like adolescence, adulthood, that's all she's done, and she's done that despite the constant amount of setbacks. She wanted to save her sister immediately, so she challenged Medea to a duel immediately, and she lost, and she never gave up. She kept practicing chess to get even better. She entered this tournament to try to win against him again a second time. She worked around his rules of how she can navigate the palace even though it was unfavorable to her. She conspired with the other competitors who she didn't like just so she could save her sister and like try to gain information about her sister. She's been very dogged in her pursuit of her sister despite the fact that it is not an easy pursuit and she has had many, many setbacks in her life, and it has taken years and years to get to this point, and it has been very challenging and not rewarding at all because she has never made contact with her sister, and yet she keeps trying. I don't think that's her character flaw, is that she gives up too easily. That's not true. We're seeing it in this moment where she's sort of in a depressive episode and she's doing nothing, and she, she didn't come up with this plan to go back to Ire Fairylandia and, try to save her sister or make her case to King Medea or anything. So in this exact scenario, she's sort of given up for the time being, but like historically she doesn't give up. I don't really think that Shay Fury, who spent years trying to find her sister, was like, well, I lost one chess match. I'm never, ever gonna see my sister ever again, I guess. Who cares? I don't think she thinks that. I think she's down right now. She knows she really suffered a terrible loss. It's really unfortunate that this was a great opportunity and she blew it, but I don't ever really get the sense that Shay Fury is gonna give up on her sister. She could come up with another plan. Maybe Kira wins this and she does get her freedom, and then she comes back to the mortal world and, she keeps playing chess in the mortal world at least, even if she doesn't win. And then Shay is able to talk to her and be like, hey, could you maybe get a message to Étaín? Could you help me with this? And because, Shay has gotten some goodwill with Kira for, saving her life, maybe they work together. Maybe, they do something with Étaín. I don't feel like Shay is completely out of options and has completely given up on her sister in this scenario. She's never given up on her sister. So why is that treated like it's the crux of her character, like her character flaw? The obstacle she needs to overcome is that she gives up. No, she doesn't. She does in chess for some reason. But why is that even her flaw in chess? I feel like that was decided to be her flaw in chess by Allison Saft because it represents her flaw in her personal life as well, that she gives up easily, even though she does not and has never given up on anything else. Because she doesn't care about anything else. So the only thing she cares about, she's never given up on it. So I don't really know what that's about. Why? Either I'm reading the character wrong, or that's just not who this character is. I feel like it's not who this character is. Also, the only time she gave up on finding her sister was to save Kira's life. To save the life of someone else she cared about. And so she didn't give up on Kira. She could have given up on Kira, and that would have been the same thing. But I don't think saving Kira's life was a bad thing. I don't think that was a bad call from Shay Fury here. I think that was a great call that showed her character growth and how she is willing to give. In that case, it would be a good thing to give up on your sister to save someone else's life. In a more dire situation, or a more concrete situation, where you're aware of the person and know that they want to be saved. I just don't like that line. I just don't like that idea that is the flaw of this character. I'm not seeing it. I don't think that's the journey, but I think Allison Saft wants me to think that's the journey, and that's not working for me. That's it. Final update before the end. I swear. I think the last part is 90 pages. I'm just gonna read it. No more updates. Unless something happens that I really have to complain about. No more updates. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done. Predictions. I'm gonna guess they live happily ever after. Maybe they kill Medea. Maybe Étaín takes the throne. I don't think she wants to come back. I don't think we're gonna see much of Étaín. Étaín takes the throne. She gives Kira freedom. Maybe Fwamnok wins the tournament and then kills Medea. That takes away a lot of agency from our main characters, so I don't know how satisfying that'll be. Maybe they help her kill Medea. Maybe she helps them kill Medea. I feel like he is the bad guy. I thought he might get a redemption arc where, I don't know if he was doing this for love, but I don't think he is. Maybe they expose him for being a cheater, and all of the fairies who love chess so much can't believe that he would possibly do that, and that his people kill him, and then they elect Étaín as queen, and she likes that, and then she has freedom, and then she can talk to Shay Fury. Maybe they lift the Iron Veil, improve relations with the human and the fairy world, and Shay Fury becomes some kind of interdimensional liaison because her sister is the queen of the fairy world. Maybe Flomnock becomes queen. I don't know if that's good because she's kind of morally gray. Maybe the fairies are supposed to be morally gray. Maybe you don't need a, two-dimensional hero on the throne. Kira goes to Earth. She and Shea Fury live happily ever after. They fuck nasty off page. Daniel Soy finds his sister, who also maybe doesn't want to be rescued. Maybe his sister becomes a dancer in Étaín's royal court, and then he can go to the fairy world and see his sister. And I don't know, man. I don't care. I don't care. I want to see Kira and Shay get together. I want to see them interact again, because Shay did the unthinkable of resigning that game, and like Kira must be very appreciative of that. But she also has to deal with facing Flomnock. She has to beat Flomnock and Madeir. I think whoever wins the tournament has to face Madeir, and then if they beat Madeir, they get a wish. Probably they kill him before they fight him. I don't know. There's only 90 pages. We'll get there. I'll just tell you what happens. Don't worry about the theories. Almost done. I think it's like a 2-star book. I was scared it was gonna be a 1-star book when I started, and there's definitely problems. But I think we're in a 2-star range. Let's see how the ending lands it. Let's see if the ending does it favors or hurts it. Let's just see what happens. Goodbye for now. I did it! I'm free! We finished the book! I'm not even mad anymore. The book can't hurt me anymore. It's over. I won! I'm in such a good mood today, guys. I finished this last night, and today, it's a whole new world. I can read anything. I'm not bound to the confines of this book anymore. I could read anything on the shelf. I could read a good YA fantasy book, like The Scapegracers again. That's what I'm doing. I'm reading The Scapegracers again because I needed a fucking palate cleanser. But let's get into the final plot recap of the last part 4 of Immortal Game by Allison Saft. This part, like most parts, starts with a flashback to Shea Fury and her sister Étaín, back before Étaín got kidnapped by a 1500-year-old man and forced to live with him. This is a scene where we actually see Étaín sort of not thrilled about the prospect of being kidnapped by a 1500-year-old ferryman. She still wants to go. She knows it's her destiny. She's going to go through with it. But she is gonna miss some things about the human world. She is gonna miss Shea Fury. This would have been a great scene to have near the beginning of the book, so that I thought maybe Étaín really was kidnapped and didn't really want to be there. Maybe we could have used that for the whole book. But, toss that in at the end. Make Shea seem a little less ridiculous in hindsight, but, it's a little late for that. We also learned that Madeir was sending her gifts in the immortal realm, like before she fully committed to going to the fairy realm. He was sending her gifts, and like they were in correspondence, and she was sort of in a relationship with this 1500-year-old man when she was 16 years old. I also went back and had to reread a part at the beginning where it talked about the Étaín's old incarnation and her relationship with Madeir. Cause the whole time I'm like, this is just some hot young girl. You cheated on your wife with just some random girl. Like, you're doing all this for some random girl. Apparently, in their backstory, they spent a year together. Madeir requested that someone bring him the hottest girl in the fairy world, and he got Étaín, and they spent a year together, and they were actually a happy couple. Need I remind you that this man is 1500 years old, and in the grand scheme of things, 1 year with someone, it's not even like a summer fling. It's like you went to camp for a week, and you had a crush on someone, and you had a camp romance for like a week. That's like the equivalent of like the time they actually spent together in relation to their whole lives. So he's doing all of this for some girl he knew for a week. That seems like a lot, sir. I think it's time to move on. Also, you have a wife and, like, foster children. Girl. The book really wants me to think that like they're in love, like this was like a genuine couple, and like they have their problems clearly, but like, you know, there's love there. They care about each other. I don't know why this is a 21st century retelling of this story. By the way, whole book based on an actual mythological story called The Wooing of Étaín. Didn't realize this was a full fairy tale retelling until after I finished the book and was actually able to look things up about this whole can of worms that we'll have to get into later. So this is a retelling of that story, and I can believe that in Irish mythology, a grown man falls in love with a teenage girl, and then, you know, she's happy with him, and it's a decent relationship twice, because she got turned into a fly, and then eaten by a mortal lady who got pregnant with her. And then she was a child again, and then he married the child a second time. I can believe that happened in old-timey Irish mythology. Why is this happening in a 21st century retelling? And like, why are people just acting like, yeah, it's totally fine for him to have multiple child brides and like they're happy together? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I feel like if you're gonna do a 21st century retelling of this, make your characters have some 21st century reactions to things. Maybe. Anyway, this opening scene is Shay and Étaín sort of talking right before Étaín goes. Their mom's there, and she's like, "Where'd you get this jewelry, you whore?" And it's their mom sucks. Nothing about their relationship with their mom is ever talked about again or resolved in any way. And who cares about the mom? I was actually trying to think of the mom's name the other day, and I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna call her Karen. It's Kara. I was accidentally close because I was joking about her being a Karen. Doesn't matter. Mom, not important. Never comes up again. Back to the actual story. Shay and Daniel Soy are going to go to Ireland. They go to Ireland. They arrive at the airport and they go to like the car rental place. And they ask the lady at the car rental place, do you know how to get to the other realm? And she says, here's a map. And this is where we finally learn that the other realm is topologically identical to Earth. In the natural world, they're talking about walking the paths, and Shay is like, these are the paths I walked to pick all those bilberries. And then Shay says, there's the bilberry bushes that I picked. And that's how I learned that bilberries are a real fruit that exist. Mostly in Europe, they are cousins of the blueberries. So I guess that's why the names are similar. However, bilberries is a stupid fucking name, and that is why I automatically assumed that it was a fake fantasy fruit Allison Saft made up and gave a stupid name to, because she gave all of her characters stupid names, and I thought that would also apply to fantasy fruit. This means retroactively that I don't think there is any fantasy fruit. I don't think there's any fantasy food at all. Some of the animals are weird, like the dog cousin. There's a two-headed dog in this upcoming scene. Stick around for that. But the fairy world is pretty fucking lame. It's pretty lame, and it's just kind of Earth, but in another realm. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. But it is basically a physical location 2 hours outside of Dublin. I'm so okay. I'm so okay. That's fine. This book can't hurt me anymore. 2 hours outside of Dublin is the elf mound of Breeleith. So Daniel and Shay are like, okay, we need to get the fairy world's attention. What can we do to piss them off? We're gonna fuck up their elf mound. So they buy 2 shovels and they start digging. Daniel Soy, a prissy, rich Russian man, tries to call a construction crew to help them dig faster. But they're like, no, it's definitely illegal to mess with the elf mounds. We're not doing all that. So they keep digging alone, but every time they take a break and they come back, the elf mount's fine. The dirt has regenerated. So they just do this several times because, you know, something will change, right? Something changes. They dig up a two-headed dog who is the guardian of the underworld. I'm gonna call him Cerberus. That's not his name because this isn't Greek mythology, but I'm gonna call him Cerberus. I forget his name. It's a two-headed hound, not a three-headed hound. So it's a completely different religious story. One of the dogs immediately says, "What have ye against us, O Shay Fury and Daniel Soy?" Their names are so stupid. And they're like, "We want to speak to Midir," and the dog says, "No, you just got kicked out of the fairy realm. No." And then Daniel Soy says, "I'm an Earth King, and if you don't let me speak to Midir, I'm gonna bring my giant army, and we're gonna come fuck up your elf mound." And the dog, who knows who Daniel Soy is, because it just said his name, and he has just been in the fairy world, playing a chess game, the dog guardian then says, "Okay, I'll go get Midir," and Midir comes out. Why does the dog know who Daniel Soy is, but not know who Daniel Soy is? He was just there. The dog is like, it's literally called like a guardian. The guardian doesn't have Daniel Soy's credentials. They just let him into the fairy realm before without knowing anything about him. I don't believe you. But whatever, the dog conveniently forgets who Daniel Soy is, despite clearly magically knowing who Daniel Soy is. And Midir comes out, and Midir's like, "Why are you guys messing up my elf mound?" And then he goes on to explain that the entire time Shay and Daniel, two teenagers with shovels, have been digging on his elf mound, it has been causing absolute panic in the fairy world. Every single person who lives anywhere around Breeleaf is like cowering in Midir's castle because they're so afraid. They're quaking in their boots. Like, this is apparently like altering the fabric of their reality. Like, the world is about to fucking collapse in the fairy realm because two teenagers bought some shovels at Home Depot or whatever they have in Ireland. And I'm sorry, but these fairies are so fucking lame. What a bunch of weaklings. There's an immortal race of magical creatures that can shapeshift and mind control and shoot lightning bolts. And we can just kill them by messing up a clump of dirt that is not on their realm. I just feel like realistically we would have wiped them out thousands of years ago. I'm gonna be so honest. It'd be so easy. You just get a construction crew. And I know that there's laws against that, but like 1,500 years, they didn't care about the laws of whether the construction crews would come, and you just blow that thing up, man. Like, the invention of gunpowder and that thing's just, it's gone, bro. I'm over here thinking you gotta load a rocket launcher and step into a mushroom circle and shoot the palace. You just fire at a clump of dirt and they're dead. What's that one theory? The dark forest theory, where, you know, if there was life in the universe, we shouldn't contact it because if you become aware of it, inevitably you're going to assume that it's going to kill you, and so you should kill it first, and it's just not gonna be good. That's what we would do to the fairies. Because surely we've had political war related beef with the fairies at some point in thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So I feel like someone would have gotten mad and just, you know, dug up their little dirt pile. It's so fucking lame, bro. I'm sorry, bro. These fairies suck. Especially compared to a 21st century Earth, they're so lame and so weak. They don't have running water. Their only defense is a pile of fucking dirt. Like, these guys suck. Like, this is not a magical realm of superior beings. They have not advanced in any way. Like, this was a 21st century retelling. So, like, the Earth that was conjuring up the mythology of fairies has changed so much since then. But Allison Saft is taking that ancient fairy world, and nothing has changed for them ever at all. And maybe that's a thing in Irish mythology, where that fae realm never changes. I mean, they change kings and stuff. They're clearly interested in technology. So, like, how are they not more advanced than this? They suck. They're losers. I'm not saying it's ethical to go shoot their little dirt mound and destroy them all, but I'm saying someone would have done it by now. I'm just gonna be honest. These guys suck. They're losers. Anyway, back to the story. Midir is like, stop hurting my elf mound, not my dirt. And Daniel Soy and Shay Fury are like, no, unless you let us back into the fairy realm. And he's like, no. But then Daniel Soy, with all of his evidence about Lily Keenan / Fwamnock, says, does the name Fwamnock mean anything to you? Hold on a second. How does Daniel Soy know that name? How does Daniel Soy know the name? Shay Fury is not allowed to say it. She is not allowed to reveal who Fwamnock is or who she's being disguised as, and that's why Daniel has to say it in this moment. Where did Daniel get the name Fwamnock? Was that in the files? Was that like an early alias attached to the Lily Keenan alias that, you know, she's since scrubbed away and like you really have to dig for it? Was that in the files? I went back and reread and I don't believe that was mentioned in the files. How do you know that name? Shay Fury had to have told him, except she's not allowed because she's been cursed by Fwamnock to not say that. But she does, apparently, off screen somehow. And then she does it on page as well to Midir. She literally says to Midir, she's returned. That's not allowed. She says it. And Midir says, do not jest. I'm telling the truth, she protested. She's been, and then the curse hits her, and she's not allowed to speak anymore. But she already gave it up. She already told the secret. Okay, great curse, bro. Worked real well. Then Daniel says Lily is Fwamnock, and she's gonna hurt your wife. And he shows Midir his phone with the evidence on it, and Midir looks at this little screen, and it's like, what conjury is this? He's so shooketh by a phone. Even though he's been popping up in America for like the last 10 years. Probably know what a phone is, just saying. Just would probably have some information on the Earth world and would know what a phone is. I'm sure Kira knows what a phone is. It's fine. What a funny line. What conjury is this? That's so funny. I think this book is so funny. It's not. And even those little lines where it's trying to be humorous, it just stands out because this isn't a funny book. And it's trying weirdly hard to be funny. And it's not a funny joke, and it comes out of nowhere, and it's like, why are you trying to be funny? You're not the funny one. You're the serious fantasy girly. Why are you trying to be the funny girly? You're not the funny girly. So Midir lets them go back to the fairy realm. The match against Kira and Fwamnock is happening right now. And Midir says, stop that match. Lily Keenan is disqualified. She's my ex-wife. Ooh. He orders his guards to seize her, and then an epic fight scene occurs. Just kidding, it's one page. Genuinely, it's one page, top to bottom. It's one full page. That's it. And Shay gives us beautiful descriptive commentary, such as, everything happened at once. Although Fwamnock was outnumbered, she fought. No description, really, of the fighting. She casts a couple fireballs. She doesn't hit anybody. She, like, crumbles the castle a little bit. Everyone starts running away, all the crowds. Étaín is also there. It's the first time Shay has seen Étaín. She's watching the final match between Kira and Fwamnock. She runs off to safety. No one gets hurt. Maybe a couple guards get injured or something. It doesn't matter. Not brought up ever again. They just capture her because she's outnumbered. So they haul her to the dungeon. Great fight scene, guys. Then Midir goes, I declare Kira the winner, because that other bitch was cheating and got disqualified. Which, why didn't they kill her straight away? Those other people, they didn't get disqualified. They got murdered for not picking blueberries. She got captured and put in the dungeon. I would have preferred to be, put in the dungeon for cheating rather than, just dying. Just kill, like, these strangers for, like, these minor offenses. But, like, don't murder your ex-wife who's, like, been stalking you and was presumed dead and is trying to kill your wife. Don't murder her. That's crazy. So Midir declares Kira the winner, and she will face him in the finals. And then Kira's like, no, I didn't deserve to win. Shea Fury resigned just to let me win. I didn't actually win that match. Shea Fury would have been the winner. She deserves to win and like face Midir, be the finalist to face Midir. Don't really know why Kira's giving up now. I guess she feels bad about Shea and what she did. And then Midir is like, but wait, it shouldn't be Shea versus me. It should be Shea versus Daniel Soy, because Lily was also cheating against Daniel Soy, and that's why he lost, and so they should get a rematch. And then Daniel says, actually, really, we'd have to restart the whole tournament, because she cheated in all those other rounds too. All those other people who got screwed over deserve a second chance. And no one responds to this. They don't do that. They just ignore Daniel Soy. He absolutely has a point, and if I was one of those people who got knocked out by Lily in the first round, I'd be watching this and be like, no, I want redemption. I want a second shot. What the fuck? Oh, but they don't do that. They just decide that Shay's the winner. Shay gets to face Midir, sure. Daniel also sort of gives up his claim to this idea, doesn't pursue his idea of reinstating the whole tournament any further. Shay gets to face Midir. Then Midir leaves, Swamnock gets carted away, the crowd stabilizes, everyone's chilling out again, and Shay's first thought is, I gotta talk to Kira and see what the hell she was thinking, offering up her life in that game and making me resign. Why is her first thought in this moment Kira when she just saw her sister for the first time? She knows her sister is around here, finally free, finally within arm's reach. She's so close to her goal, and she's like, nah, I gotta talk to Kira. What was she thinking, man? I gotta get closure for that chess match. But she doesn't immediately get to go find Kira because Étaín finds her first. So she does get to talk to her sister first, but that's because her sister orchestrated this meeting and not Shea Fury, whose entire purpose is trying to find her sister. That's fine. That makes sense. Étaín is like, girl, why are you here? You know I'm destined to be a fairy queen. The reason I didn't come to any of your other previous matches is because I didn't want to encourage you. Why are you doing all this? For me, I didn't ask you to do that. I want to stay here and be the fairy queen. I like the fairy realm. Why'd you do all this, girl? And Shea Fury is like, girl, I spent my whole adolescence trying to do this. I'm not trying to hear this right now. Because then I have to admit that I've been working for a stupid goal for like 6 years. And like, don't tell that to me. And then we get some chess metaphors that I sometimes compliment, and in this case it was real cheesy. I'm trying to save you, Étaín. Just this once, let me. How can I make it more clear? I don't want to be saved. Well, me neither, so I guess we're stalemated. And Étaín says, this isn't chess. And then she walks off. They're at odds. Oh no, the girls are fighting. Then Shea Fury sulks off. She finds Kira. They go outside onto the lake. They find a little rowboat. They get in the rowboat and they sort of cry and bond. And Kira's like, yeah, I'm sorry I put you in that position where I offered my life and you almost killed me. That was a lot. My bad, bro. They make out a little bit. They decide that they still like each other. You know, they forgive each other. That's cute. I think it's implied that they have sex on this little rowboat in the middle of a lake. And supposedly there were other people outside because everyone's outside because the castle was crumbling. That doesn't seem like a good place to have a first time with someone, in my opinion, on a dinky little rowboat. That doesn't sound stable, but you know, good on them. I'm sure someone with a boat fetish really enjoyed that. Except not really, because it's not on page at all. There's a chapter break where they're like making out and then they're like in the boat like sweaty. I can only assume. And Shea Fury is like, thanks for the blowjob, babe. She doesn't say that. But she's like, I gotta go talk to Swamnock. Because, you know, I gotta beat Midir now. You know, I still have to do what I set out here to do. And, you know, maybe figure out a new wish. Because my sister doesn't always say, I got stuff to do. I'll call you later, baby. So she goes and talks to Swamnock. And she's like, I really want to beat Midir. You don't like Midir. Help me beat Midir. And Fwamnock's the tricky little sorceress, and so she's like, okay, I'll help you, but if you lose, then I get your life and you die. And Shay's like, no. So Fwamnock's like, okay, never mind. I'll just help you. It's fine. And so she writes on Shay's arm the secret to beating Midir, casting some spell that will nullify his eyeball. Except she writes it in a tricky sorcerer language that Shay can't read. And then Fwamnock's like, ha ha ha, only the best of the best sorceresses will ever be able to read that. Good luck, Shay Fury. Don't know why she's being difficult when she also doesn't like Midir, but that's what she's doing. Shay Fury looks at this and goes, oh man, I can't read that. So now let's explore our options here. What do you think happens next? My first thought, option A, Shay Fury maybe goes and asks her sister if she recognizes this. You know, because she's queen, she's very powerful, and also remember how her sister kind of has weird little manipulation powers, and maybe, you know, isn't quite fae, but also isn't quite human, so maybe she knows like some extra magic, and maybe she is actually a sorceress, and she could read this. That's option A. Option B, maybe she goes to Kira, and it's like, hey Kira, you're an important fairy, do you recognize this? Do you know anyone who recognizes this? Do you have like a library book in your castle somewhere about sorcery languages? Something. Maybe option C. Maybe she goes to the crowd. You know, maybe in normal circumstances it would be very hard to find a very powerful sorceress. But this is the final game and like everyone's here. This is a big deal. There is a giant crowd. And also everyone is in this castle anyway because Shade Fury had a shovel and about killed them all. So we have people cowering in this castle, and we have people who've come to watch the chess game. There is a ton of people here. Maybe there actually is a really powerful sorceress who has come here to see the chess game, or find safety in Midir's castle. So maybe she could ask the crowd if anyone speaks any sorcery language. And this could be a fun scene where she's sort of stealthily approaching the crowd, like, hey, I'm just gonna ask if anyone wants an autograph. I'm going out as a celebrity, you know. And then Midir's guards are like, yeah, sure, whatever, go sign some autographs. And then Shay's like, you guys want any autographs? Also, do you speak sorcery? That could be fun, because the crowd in this is not a character at all, and I think it could be, because, you know, it's a whole crowd. And they've been there for like days and days and weeks, potentially. And like, they're clearly interested in the chess players. And I have no idea like who the crowd favorite is. I feel like most of the crowd is fae people, and so like, do they hate the human competitors? Or do they kind of like the human competitors because it's different? They're like rooting for the underdogs, or it's fun, or different, or weird, quirky. Or like, who's their favorite? You know, is Daniel Soy like a hot Russian boy and they all love him? I don't know. Are they rooting for Kira because she's the princess? Are they rooting for Midir because he's their king? If they don't really like him too much, people don't like him because he kills people over blueberries, but you know. Who are they rooting for? I don't know anything about them. And I never will. It never says. So she does not do option C. So what option do you think? Or did you think of another solution? Did you think of an option D? Write your option D in the comments down below. Did you do it? Did you think of one? You're wrong. It's option E. She looks at her arm and goes, oh man, I can't read that. And then she never thinks about it ever again. I don't even think she asked anyone ever. She's like, hey, you guys know any sorcery? Nope. This never comes up again. Not relevant. We have no idea what this says. We have no idea like what the curse is, how it acts, if it would actually work, if she wrote, haha, Shay Fury, you're a loser, and it wasn't actually a curse. We never know. Never brought up again. Shay is just like, okay, I guess I gotta find another way to beat Midir. And so she goes back to her room to prepare for her match, and what do you know? Who's there? It's Kira and Daniel Soy and Bean the dog, who I completely fucking forgot about. When Bean the dog first got introduced, I'm like, I don't know that he's gonna do anything. This is probably just a weird character that Allison Saft is gonna forget about. And then he immediately did something. In that one scene, he gave Shay like a flying cloak or something. And I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna have to eat my words. The dog did something. And then we never see the dog again until right now. Never mind, the dog is completely useless except for that one scene, and he's interesting and cute, but like it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't matter, there's a dog there. Shay Fury pets him, wow, so cute. And also she has a girlfriend and a friend, and they're gonna help her, and they're spitballing ideas, and they come up with a genuinely good plan that like makes a lot of sense. So their idea is that Shay Fury gets to choose the type of game it is, and so she's choosing a bullet game, like a very fast-paced game. And theoretically this will hinder Midir's ability to like look through his eyeball inventory of incredible chess players. He won't have time to like think about all of the strategies he's absorbed over the years. He just sort of has to act more on instinct. And they also come up with this kind of silly chess strategy that's sort of modern and doesn't really work, and it's kind of embarrassing to lose to when it does work. And Shay knows that all of his old bank of strategists in his eyeball are like old players, and so they wouldn't know this modern concept of chess. They wouldn't be familiar with this set of moves and this strategy, and so it's genuinely a good idea. And it works thematically because it's kind of fun and silly, and it's not like serious chess. It's a weird niche sort of move, and it's bold. Like if she played that in a regular tournament with like humans, like they would sort of know how to stop it. So she's really risking it by playing this fun, silly strategy, which is not Shay Fury at all. Shay Fury is so serious. But now she's not, and now she's sort of playing this fun way, and like she's finding some love for the game again, and she's got friends, and ooh, isn't that great for Shay Fury? That works thematically. That part's good. So she shows up for the chess game against Midir, the final. And it's just a normal chess game. There's not really any twists or anything. The crowd's pretty big, but you know, she and Midir are in this glass dome, and they just sit down and do their thing. It's a 3-minute game. And Shay notices that his eyeball, when he's using it to access someone else's ideas, the eye changes color. It literally turns into that person's eyeball. So if that person had like a green eye, Midir's got a green eye for a minute. And then she also realizes that he can only access one strategist at a time, one absorbed talent at a time. And so it's not like this whole data bank that he can access all at once at any given moment. He has to like pick and choose which person's memories he wants, which is just fucking lame. It's lame. Even Shay Fury is like, oh, that's not as powerful as I thought it would be. That's convenient for me. So she wins the game. She wins. Then Midir throws a hissy fit, like that little girl did, and basically, while he's having a mental breakdown, the castle just starts crumbling around them, as a castle does. And everyone has to run outside again to flee for their safety. Outside, once again, Shay starts talking to Étaín, who wasn't even watching the match, I don't think. Shay has to tell her that she won the game. And Shay is like, oh, I gotta find Midir, you know, he promised me a wish, and, you know, he's trying to kill himself, trying to get this castle to collapse on top of him and everyone else, and he doesn't care, and, like, I gotta find that guy. But she stops and talks to Étaín. Étaín kind of apologizes for them getting into a little fight. She loves her sister, she misses her sister. You know, she does love the fairy realm as well, and like she could be happy here. And she does love Midir to an extent, but it's really just been them isolated in this castle. She hasn't had a lot to do. There aren't a lot of visitors here. People don't really like Midir that much. She doesn't really go anywhere. She likes the place and she likes the people, and like she kind of likes being queen, but you know, she doesn't get to do a lot. She's just kind of queen in name. And wouldn't it be great? You know, if she were the queen for real, she would love that. That'd be great. What a convenient time to say this right before Shay Fury gets to have her wish that she doesn't know what it is, because the thing she wished for, it doesn't make no sense. Étaín doesn't want to leave. And then Shay immediately finds Midir. She's like, oh yeah, he's over there. And he's fine. He's just like standing by the lake. He's fine. Temper tantrum over. Just calm. Don't know what calmed him down. Don't know. Doesn't matter. Shay goes and talks to him, and he was like, congratulations. You have won fair and square. What is your wish? And they kind of go the sympathy angle with Midir. Not like full redemption where he's secretly a good guy or anything, but they kind of just make him pathetic. I mean, he's pretty evil. He killed those people over blueberries, but
he just like grovels. He's like, please don't take my wife away from me, Shay Fury. Please, pretty please. And Shay Fury goes, I will not take your wife away from you. She loves you for some reason. Ignoring the fact that she was a child bride. I guess we're all ignoring that. I know that I was a big proponent at the start of this book and at the start of this video where I'm like, just let her go with that strange man. She wants to go with the strange man. But now that no one's really talking about the pedophilia, it's not relevant. No one's gonna bring that up. I did initially think Étaín was like 18. She's not. Even 18 and 1500 is a bit of an age gap, a little sketchy. But she was 16. And then we also get some backstory into her, like the first time she met Medea, she was still like a child bride. Like her father just kind of sold her to Medea. We're not gonna talk about that. 21st century retelling, we're not gonna address the child brides again. Okay. Shay Fury is like, I'm not gonna take your wife away from you. I'm gonna take the kingdom away from you. Kinda. I wish for Étaín Ekraid to be the queen of Breeleith. And he says, no, change your mind, pick something else. And Shay says, no. And Medea says, okay. And then he just makes Étaín queen. Which, like, good for her. But also, you can just do that. I mean, I guess if you're king, you can just do anything. I'm democracy pilled by being an American. But, like, is no one gonna have a problem with this? Like, your constituents who you've been ruling for, like, 1,000 years, they're not gonna be like, who's this lady? She just got here. She don't know us like that. She was raised in the human realm. We don't like her. We don't trust her. We don't know her. This isn't gonna cause any problems. And like, does it have to be a line of royal blood? Is there not a cousin who's like, she's just married into the kingdom? Like, she's not actually royal blood. And no, she is a princess of an elf mound, whatever that is. That sounds like a descriptor. Like, which princess are you talking about? The princess of the elf mounds, you know what I mean? I guess she was a princess, a fairy princess at some point, so I guess she's allowed to be High Queen. I guess, whatever. I feel like that's gonna have political implications down the road, but Allison Saft doesn't bring those up. It's fine. She kind of brings it up by saying that no one really liked Medea, because he's kind of evil. A little bit. I think he's done a couple things wrong, you could argue. So, like, probably they'll like Étaín. I don't know. And again, I learned after reading this book that this is based on the Irish mythology story, The Wooing of Étaín. Étaín is Étaín and can be pronounced like Étaín in some dialects versions of the story, and so Étaín is a name for Étaín. I don't know why Allison Saft didn't call her Étaín when she called everyone else Medea is Medea, Fwamnock is Fwamnock. I'm sorry I'm pronouncing all these names wrong. I could have looked them up. But as I was reading, there's several different pronunciations based on like dialect or like time period of the region and the story was told. A lot of complex history here that there's just a lot to know about, and I don't know anything about it. And Allison Saft didn't tell me anything about it, and I didn't know that I had to know all that going in. Now, also after reading this book, I went back and I read the description on the back and was like, does this say this is a fairy tale retelling of the Wooing of Étaín and that it is solidly based in Irish mythology? And it does not. It says Irish folklore inspired, which I guess that could be what that means. Actual Irish mythology. I just thought it meant fairies. That's what it means in every other fairy book. This is Irish fairy inspired, which just means there's hot fairies and they have Irish names and probably Irish accents in the audiobook. There's no mythology here. There's no real cultural understandings, history. It's just hot fairies. And I've naively assumed that is what this was. I apologize. It knows ball, but it did not tell me ball. I didn't know we were playing ball. The description mentions nothing about ball. However, I discovered after reading this book that the front copy of this art copy does have a quote from Allison Saft that reads,
I've carried this idea with me for over 10 years. After reading a story from the mythological cycle called the Wooing of Étaín, I've tried many iterations of this reimagining, and it was only after falling deep, too deep really, into a chess phase that I found the right shape for it. I could have read that, arguably, before I started this book. However, I don't know that will be in the final version of this book. This is a weird art copy, and so it's also advertising the deluxe edition, which has stenciled edges. That's crazy. It is green. It's a nice shade of green. If you want to buy this book, I don't recommend it, but like, there's your advert if you want to. It is kind of a pretty book. I do think the cover art is beautiful. Like, that's a beautiful, almost Renaissance-esque painting, and the green edges are kind of pretty. I like that color green. Suigai. But I don't think that page is gonna be in the stencil edition hardback copy of the book. So I don't know if that quote's there. I don't know how many people know about that, because I just read the description. I feel like that's what most people are gonna do, and they're not gonna know this is retelling. They're not gonna know that they should know a bunch of stuff about Irish mythology, because Allison Saft isn't gonna explain the world building of fairy realms, because the Irish did that a long time ago, and you should just know that. You're a teenager who knows Irish mythology, right? This is a YA novel. You should just know Irish mythology. Why do you have questions about how another realm operates? You should just know that. You should just read all of your Irish mythology. I'm not gonna explain that in a YA novel. That'd be ridiculous. So I did look up The Wooing of Étaín. I didn't read it, but I read a summary of it. We read the SparkNotes version, boys. Obviously that's different because it's not about modern people, and I don't think it really has a lot to do with Earth, except the story about Medea found the hot lady, hot child bride, cheated on his wife for a year, then brought his new child bride back, and his wife was mad at him. She should just get over it. The jealous cow. She turned Étaín into a fly. Fly flew off to a mortal realm, and in the Wooing of Étaín, she landed in the drink of a mortal queen. So a mortal queen gave birth to her, and she, Étaín, the human princess, got married to a human king. There are humans in it, actually. I don't know why I said that. So when Medea finally found where Étaín was, he challenged her mortal husband to a bunch of chess games, or something like chess. It wasn't exactly chess. A board game like chess with, like, they were gambling, and Étaín was the prize. And basically, it was Medea winning back his child bride that he loved so dearly. So Medea is kind of the Shay of that story. Or I don't know. Would Shay in that story be the human king who was in love with Étaín? You know, there were a couple of moments, especially in those flashbacks, where child Shay Fury was, like, really into her sister. And, like, really jealous of the boys who were trying to flirt with her sister. And I know that was not incestuous, and it was supposed to be like, no, I have a bad home life, and the only person who cares about me is my sister. She has to focus on me. I need love and attention. Go away. But it did read a little bit like Possessive Girlfriend. A little bit. So maybe that's a remnant from the original story, where it was two lovers competing over Étaín. Fascinating. There's also a moment in the scene where Medea is granting Étaín Ekraid, you know, the queenship, and he says, no, not Étaín Ekraid, Étaín Fury. Was her last name Fury? You'd think it was, since Shay Fury's last name was Fury, and her mom's name was Cara Fury, but I don't remember her ever being called Étaín Fury. I think she was Étaín Ekraid. I thought this was a situation where the mom gave birth and was in the hospital just magically possessed by the idea of, like, I'm not gonna give this kid my last name. I'm gonna name her Étaín Ekraid. And the nurses at the hospital were like, okay, sweetie, legally you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to just give your kid any name you want. It doesn't have to be your name. But, I guess we gotta do that. Good luck, girl. Good luck out there, girl. But maybe she was a Fury, and the original Étaín was Étaín Ekraid. And so Kira was just calling her Étaín Ekraid, and Medea was. And now she's Étaín Fury, queen of Fairyland. Medea's still kind of king, except Étaín confides in Shay that she's probably gonna dump this man. She's thinking about leaving him. That's reasonable, girl. Are you allowed to do that? Are you allowed to get divorced in fairy law? I feel like if you were, Flomnock would have just done that, and it wouldn't have been all this drama, but what do I know? And Étaín, in her first act of queenship, goes, "There is something I must do. I must go speak to Fomnock, whom I have never met. I have wronged her. She has been wronged by Madir. We're gonna go talk about Madir. We've never talked about it all this time. So I'm gonna go to the dungeon and I'm gonna release her and pardon her and forgive her. And we're gonna be cool." Which is a reasonable thing to say and do for the man you were sleeping with, his wife, when you find out that he has a wife. You didn't know that before. But Shay Fury is like, "No, she's evil. You can't do that." And Étaín is like, no, I sympathize with her. And Shay Fury is like, "No, she's a jealous fucking cow. How she should have just let her husband cheat on her." She doesn't say that, and she is like, "No, I hate her because she was mad at you. She shouldn't have been mad at you because she should have been mad at Madir." Which, yes, but also, like, Shay Fury's like really anti-Fomnock, and I'm like, do you not see where this woman's coming from? Her husband cheated on her. She's a little mad. She's a little bit mad. And again, it's like, this is a 21st century retelling. The character should be super understanding and like female solidarity. Like, yeah, that man sucks. Fuck that man. We're cool. We're ladies. Women. Which Étaín does. And Étaín lets her out of the cage. And Shay Fury is like ready to fight. But then Fomnock's like, "Okay, you have freed me. I owe you a debt. What would you like in return?" And Étaín's like, "We're cool. Just be cool with me. Don't try to kill me. We're good." And Fomnock's like, "Alright, bet." And then she leaves, I guess. And now we're really at the end. Shay Fury is like, "Can you let Kira live in the mortal realm? Because she really wants to." And Étaín's like, "Yeah, I could probably work that out. We just need like a country to sponsor her. It'll probably work out. It's fine. Sure." And then Daniel Soy is like, "My sister was bewitched by a sorcerer and forced to dance for eternity. Can you find her and free her?" And Étaín is like, "Yeah, we can do that." So they do that, and then there's an epilogue where Irina's free. Daniel calls her Irochka, which I liked because that's a genuine Russian nickname. I can tell Allison Saft did research. Like, she clearly understands chess. She understands Russian nicknames of all things. And she probably understands the fairy world. She didn't tell me any of that. And like that stuff, like with Irochka, you just sort of naturally understand it's a nickname. You don't have to understand Russian nicknames to recognize that that's a nickname for Irina. You get it from context clues. And the chess stuff, you also pick up from context clues. You understand like the purpose of the world building, the central elements of there being a different realm. It doesn't give you jack shit. No context. And you could have explained it in context. You don't need to like give a whole long-winded, boring explanation, expository description of what the fairy realm is and how it works, because that is boring. Like, you can just throw information in a way that makes sense for the characters. Like, the characters already know it. They're sort of just operating in their day-to-day lives, and you sort of pick up on it over time. This book just doesn't give you anything. I like a challenge of being thrown into a story and like figuring out how the world works. It works especially well in a lot of fantasy books and sci-fi books where the world's totally foreign, but you're seeing it from the eyes of a native person from that time period / area, and you just pick up on it as you go along. I don't think this book did that well at all, because I did not know what was going on. Or like, I did. Like, you can follow it enough, but I have so many questions. I don't know anything about how the other realms work, when they were created. Why are they connected to Earth? Why'd they do that? Why'd you put your precious dirt mound in Ireland? Why'd you do that? Could you not move your dirt somewhere else? I mean, how is Fairyland on top of Ireland but not physically accessible in Ireland? I just don't know how this works, and it probably is explained in Irish mythology if you read all that. I'm sure Allison Saft has. I haven't. She didn't tell me nothing. I'd like to be told something. In my YA novel, the kids don't know this. I looked up if Allison Saft was Irish or European, around that area, and like maybe does have a lot of exposure to this mythology and just like thinks that she's writing for Irish people and that everyone knows this. This lady lives in West Virginia. I feel like, isn't West Virginia, like, one of, if not the worst state in education rankings? I don't think West Virginian teenagers know Irish mythology. Sorry to West Virginia. It's not your fault, it's your government's fault. Vote for different leaders who value education. But, like, I know she's not writing just for kids in West Virginia, but, like, girl, you've seen the state of literacy in your city, state, and country. Girl, you gotta do some hand holding. Unless this book is only being published in Ireland, that doesn't make sense to me. You gotta explain Irish. I didn't read any Irish literature in school. I can't imagine that they're doing it nowadays in West Virginia. It's just not happening. Anyways, did I wrap up the book? I basically wrapped up the book. Daniel gets his sister back. Shay gets to tell Kira the news that, you know, in a couple of weeks she'll have her passport to America and she can come live with Shay. They're gonna U-Haul, and they're also gonna train for the World Chess Championship, but not together, because, you know, they're both gonna compete in it probably if they both get invited, and, you know, they can't know each other's tricks, and, you know, it's fun. So it says that Shay Fury is gonna keep doing chess, but she's gonna do it in a fun way for the love of the game and not pursue some dumbass goal that no one asked her to pursue because it didn't make any sense. So everyone gets a happily ever after, the end. I'm fine with that ending. It was what I expected, kind of. I mean, if you knew the story, you'd know where this was going. I think Étaín becomes queen in Irish mythology as well. So, like, at least reading this, I didn't exactly know where it was gonna go. I didn't know, like, who would be queen. I guess Bombnock at one point. I guess that Madeir was still king, but they, you know, got their wishes and hightailed it out of there. I said Étaín at one point. So, like, it kept me on my toes, and I appreciated that, because there weren't a lot of things that I loved about this, and so the suspense of not knowing exactly what was going to happen was nice. But if you already know the mythology story, you don't even got that. So, I guess it's good that I don't know the story, because if I had just suffered through this knowing everything, I don't know. I mean, the world building stuff would have been nice to know. But at least the story, the characters were refreshing to me because I don't know them. Maybe if you do read a lot of Irish mythology inspired stuff, you've seen a bajillion stories about King Madeir and you are bored by now. I don't know. I don't know who this is for, because it's supposedly for teenagers, but it kind of helps if you care about world building to know a bunch of stuff prior. But if you know a bunch of stuff prior, it might be boring, and so it's kind of best to not know things if you want to be kept on your toes. I don't know who this is for. I don't recommend this book. I didn't have a great time. I think the magic's just underbaked. Like, it's a lame fantasy world. Maybe Irish mythology is lame. Can I say that? That's probably not a good thing to say. I've never read any Irish mythology stories. I don't mean to insult a culture. If they've stuck around this long, they must be interesting. But these fairies in this book were lame as hell, especially compared to 21st Century Earth. I don't know why this was a 21st century retelling. I think this had little threads that didn't get wrapped up. Bean did nothing. Fontnock's message did nothing. King Madeir wasn't punished that much for, you know, some issues that I would personally like to see him punished for more than he was. He's defeated, but, like, he's more defeated, like, personally, because he's pathetic. Shay Fury and Kira were, I guess, pretty cute. They're gonna U-Haul. That's pretty quick to U-Haul, girl, but you do you. You're lesbians. That's how it is. I guess Daniel Sawyer is good for Dan. I don't care about Daniel Sawyer. At times I'm like, I think I'm supposed to like him. He's supposed to be, like, the best friend character, but he's also supposed to be, like, an annoying rich guy. I don't care. Good for him, whatever. That thing with Daniel Sawyer telling Shay that she needs to stop giving up at setbacks from the last video I did, the last section of this video, from part 3, that didn't make any sense. I feel like I had a quote. There was one early on that, like, really encompassed how that was not That's not Shafir's problem at all. Her problem isn't that she gives up. Her problem is that she persists too long, despite all the setbacks of never being able to speak to Étaín, like all the drama of this tournament, all the damage it's done to her personal life and her social life, and like she's persisted through a bajillion setbacks, years worth of no result, never seeing her sister, and she kept going even though her sister did not want her to, and she barely wanted to. She got nothing out of this, and she kept going. So her journey is that she needs to learn to give up, not to learn to stop giving up. That didn't make any sense to me. I don't know what the book was trying to do with that. I just don't think this was a clean execution of a story. I don't think it was tightly packaged. It had good momentum. Let's talk about good things. It had good momentum. I liked the romance. It was cheesy, but I like a bit of a cheesy romance. That's fine. I don't think a tropey, lighthearted, unexceptional romance is necessarily a bad thing. I think it's fine. I think it got me through a lot of sections of this book. The ending's fine, mostly. There was some good research into chess and Russian names, probably Irish names as well. Probably I'm not giving you points for Irish mythology because I didn't know it was Irish mythology, and I suffered a lot about the lack of knowledge about Irish mythology shown here and given to me. No. It's not the worst thing I've ever read. There's a few plot holes. There were a few little strands, convenient things, great timings. This is not good. But it's not the most garbage fire thing I've ever read. I gave this 2 stars, and I'm doing that on some goodwill that this Irish mythology stuff underlying this is accurate to someone who knows Irish mythology. I think some of my problems with this and not understanding the world building and being so distracted by how the fuck elf mounds work that I couldn't focus on the story is my fault for not being cultured in Irish mythology. So maybe someone else who likes Irish mythology will like this more and recognize more of the value in the details that we do get, the sparse details that we do get. So I'm gonna give this 2 stars and not 1 star, but it gets 1 star in my heart. Okay, now for the final time, let's talk about random lines that I highlighted. Oh yeah, here was a concept that I probably could have been talking about through this entire video. Unlike the Fae, Étaín could lie. It's brought up a couple of times that the fairies are not allowed to lie. They can be tricky, they can kind of avoid the truth, but if you ask them a direct question, they are not allowed to lie. Étaín is exempt from this for some reason, despite the fact that she was an elf mound princess. Is that not a Fae thing? Why are they called elf mounds if they're for fairies? Are there elves? Do the elves have mounds? Can I see them? Are there elves in this world? There are other creatures, like the witch. And then that begs the question, is a sorceress different than a fairy? I tried to Google if Fwamnock was a fairy. By all accounts, in the original story at least, yes, she was a Fae queen. But she's called a sorceress. I have to assume that's not different. Like, it's just a different kind of magic. You know how some stories are like, you know, people who use magic, like witches, are humans, but they're just sometimes humans have magical powers and some humans don't. So is she just a fairy that happens to have sorcery magic, but she's a fairy? In which case, I'd argue she did a little bit of lying about her identity. Wouldn't every time she said, "I'm Lily Keenan," be a lie that she physically could not say? Now you can rationalize this by saying, you know, because she has this fake documentation made up that says she is Lily Keenan, she is Lily Keenan to some people, sometimes, in some way. So, like, technically it's the truth. When she was filling out those fake Earth documents, was it not lying on the form when she put that? Now you could argue there's a way around this as well. She goes to a friend and is like, "Hey buddy, call me Lily Keenan," as if that's a nickname you call me all the time. And then when I fill out paperwork, I can say that yes, I am Lily Keenan because my buddy called me that one time. Therefore, I am in fact Lily Keenan, and this is true. Although if she has actual documents, it would say, like, legal name. I don't think that's her legal name. Let's assume that this works. That she somehow crafted this long chain of excuses of technically being Lily Keenan. I have to think of all that myself. That's not said on the page. Like, I got around having to lie because I did this and this and this, and I'm so clever and crafty, and clever plus crafty. It's like a name for a kid, a white boy, Trevor and Crever, twins. They're white. I'm just saying, I feel like she lied. Also, I feel like some of the others lied. When they agreed to do this tournament, I'm not gonna go back and read. I was imagining this, it's like they're signing a contract. I feel like maybe they did actually sign something. I might have made that up. But like, when they agree to do the tournament, are they not agreeing to abide by the rules of the tournament? And like, think of that first fairy guy in the first round that Shay faced him and he had the cheating ring. How did he sign a contract that's like, yes, I agree to not cheat on this, when he has the cheating ring and knows that he is going to cheat on this game? That's a lie. How did he do that? I kept forgetting that not being able to lie is a real thing. That the fairies supposedly have to do. That never really comes up. And now that I think about it, why didn't anyone just publicly ask Midir, does your eyeball help you cheat? And then he would have been forced to say yes. And then, because chess is the most important thing in the whole wide world, all of his people would have been like, oh my god, he's a dirty cheater, kill that man. And then they would have overthrown him or something. Why didn't they try that at all? That could have been a real easy solution, I feel like. Or something to explore. Never thought about. I highlighted the line, what do you know about elf mounds? I'd like to know more about elf mounds. That's what I thought was going to happen in this book. Not a single elf mound. This is so all over the place. Remember when I was talking about how there was a line that disproved Daniel's theory that Shay gives up at any roadblock? While they're digging through this elf mound, and they keep digging, and really it's Shay Fury who's like, we have to keep digging, we have to try again. Yeah, they put the dirt back, but like, we have to keep going, keep trying. And Daniel's like, bro, this is dumb, but like, she keeps going, and she's like really pushing him to persist. And it says, he sounded winded, just barely, enough to remind her that she couldn't plow onward with no regard for him. And that is a summary of her character. She plows onward with no regard for herself or anyone else around her. And in this moment, towards the end of the book, she is thinking, maybe I should think about another person for once, and I shouldn't just persist blindly, confidently, forever towards one single goal. Because that's her flaw, and she's realizing that that's not the good way to do things. Why? The book knows her flaw and also doesn't know her flaw. It's very weird. Oh, here's the line. I think this is both clunky and just like fucking cheesy, bro. Shay says, and if by some miracle I'd been the same person, born into better circumstances, nothing about my life would have been normal. I'm a professional chess player. I'm not really normal either. She's not like other girls. She plays chess. Also, the repetition of normal there, like, my life wouldn't have been normal, I'm not normal. That doesn't really work with, like, I don't know, there's like too many clauses in between those. If you do them back to back, it's like intentional repetition, and this it just reads like a girl get a thesaurus. It's just the same word too close to each other. I don't know, phrase it differently. I'd workshop that. If I were an editor, I'd be like, can we tweak this just a little bit? It's not a major flaw, but you know, it's something to think about. Also, Haided, Midir calls Étaín sovereign queen of the Irish elf mounds, which again sounds like a descriptor. Which queen are you talking about? The queen of the Irish elf mounds. The Irish one with the big titties? The big elven Irish titties? What do elves have to do with anything? I can't even make boob jokes in peace without thinking about the stupid logistics of this world. Are elves here? I don't know. Not relevant. Why are they called elf mounds? Then Midir says to Étaín, I have loved you for 100 lifetimes. I will love you for 100 more. No, he hasn't. No, he won't. He only has one lifetime. That's like a human way of phrasing it. We would say, like, he's lived for 100 human lifetimes. But he's not human. He's a fairy. He's a fairy king. He'd be like, this is my one lifetime. This is a normal fairy lifetime. I understand it's a long time for humans, but like I'm not thinking about humans. I don't think of things in things like I've lived for 900 ant lifetimes. I don't think about ants. I'm a human. So like the fairies wouldn't have phrases like that. That's a human phrase. That's a human author writing a human phrase. And the fairies wouldn't think like that. I don't believe you. Technically, he's loved Étaín for 2 lifetimes because she was born twice. That's an exception. And there's not 100. And if she gets turned into a fly and reborn 100 times, girl, sorry, that sounds like it sucks. That's exceptional. I highlighted one line that I kind of didn't like, but I also could maybe kind of work. This is the style of immersive exposition that I was talking about earlier that you could do. Fwamnach knows Étaín is queen because she heard the cry of Leofail. And I'm like, who's Leofail? I think it's a bird. If I had to guess, knowing nothing, going on what this book gives me, I would guess it's some kind of bird that screams when a new king, queen, royal figure is chosen. And that lets everybody know, so they don't have to deal with like the post office. They don't have the post office. They just got birds that scream real loud. And I guess I did get the context there. There's a thing, a creature, or a person named Leofail that screams when there's a new royal to announce. And the book doesn't give me a description of what Leofail is, because that would be boring. And I can pick up on it from context clues. And if you had done that for everything, that would make sense. I'd sort of, get my little crumbs together and I'd gather them all together into a loaf of bread and I'd figure out what was going on, the big picture. But it didn't do that. And like the world building stuff, it just didn't do that for any of the world building stuff. I don't know, that's like one good one. But reading it, I was like, who the fuck is Leofail? This is like the last page. This is like 10 pages towards the end. Girl. That was the last highlight I made. It's over. It's done. That was not a very good ending. Anticlimactic ending. Honestly, the climax of this was pretty anticlimactic too. Where she just goes to face him and she's like, oh, his Millennium Talisman sucks. Oh, this is easy. How convenient. I didn't even do anything about that. So not the greatest book I've ever read. I already sort of gave my thoughts earlier. Probably should have saved that for the end here. I think this has some plot holes, some areas of writing that could be tightened up, cleaned up. I think the world building on page, underdeveloped. I think the coolest parts of this really are the fairy world in the 21st century. And like how would humans and fairies being in contact with each other for millennia change our world today? Like, it would change so much. Like, have we researched with modern medicine these fairies' bodies and like discovered like why they live so long? Is there some sort of enzyme in their organs that let them do that? Could we replicate that in the human world? Do we have extended life? Why are fairies not using like better weapons and stuff? If we have those, they're at a disadvantage. They clearly like technology, so like I feel like they would have technology. There'd be some kind of underground ring going against the king where like they have better technology. And also, are there other worlds? There's the Irish elf mounds, the Irish kings. Are there American? Are there American fairies? Are there Taiwanese fairies? Are there Singaporean fairies? Where are all the elf mounds? Are there elf mounds everywhere? Are those other fairies? Or whatever creature, elves? Are they interacting with the human worlds? Because King Madir doesn't, of the Irish elf mounds. What about everyone else? I know he's like the High King. They say the High King is... There's several kings in like this area. I don't know if that's all of Ireland or literally all of the fairy world ever. They pick like the kingiest of the kings to be like totally in charge. So he's like the president as opposed to like the governor of a state, if you want to Americanize it. But like, are there other countries? Are there other fairy countries? Like, just nothing about our world in this book. This is just the regular modern world. It's not different. Nothing about our world is different. Why? It would be different. We have access to like magical beings and we understand that there's a different plane of existence on top of Earth. How many dimensions are there? Are there elf realm, the fairy realms, the witch realm, the like creatures we don't even know about that are like hiding from us, or like just don't talk to us, or like we can't communicate with them. There's a bacteria realm. Like, how many dimensions are on top of that? If we knew that there was one dimension like somehow on top of Earth, that close to it, that we could dig up some Earth and find it, like we would be exploring that scientifically. Like the scientific advances with like dimensions and quantum physics and relativity would just be like totally different and expanded. And it's just not at all. Or if it is, it's not said. Some of that's not relevant to this book. This is just about a lady who wants to play chess to save her sister for no reason. And so she doesn't know anything about quantum physics, but like, think of how that would radically alter the world if we knew magic was real and other dimensions were real. How is it not different? And how is the fairy world not different from being in contact with us and our technology? It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. And that could be so interesting. That would be like so fresh and new and something I haven't read before. And I think that would be a fun thing to explore. And it isn't explored at all here. I don't know why this is a 21st century retelling, except for the occasional joke about camera flashes being scary and phones or like witchcraft. That's not that funny. That's not the best use of that idea. I don't know. This was disappointing. I was disappointed. I didn't like it. I think it has genuine flaws, and I think it also has subjective flaws, and it's just not to my taste. But I also think that it's done. It's finished. It's over. I can never read this again. I have the freedom to never pick up this book again, which I had the whole time. I could have DNF'd at any time, but I, like Shea Fury, persist for no fucking reason. Maybe the lesson from this book is that we should be DNFing books more if we don't like them, so we do not suffer for months. This took me 3 months to read. 3 months of thinking about this. I will never get that time back. I'll never get it back. Will I learn my lesson? No, probably not, but maybe. You know what, maybe I have learned a lesson in that I don't think Allison Saft's the author for me. A second book from her, I don't know. She's not doing it for me. Personal opinion, just not meshing with my vibe, my style, perhaps. No thank you. Sorry if you like this book. I think it has genuine, like, flaws. Maybe the finished copy has cleaned up some of that. Maybe that's less noticeable in the final copy. I don't know how different the final copy is. I haven't read that. I'm not going to. I'm never gonna think about this again. What a beautiful note to end on. The evil has been defeated. Good night, man. Good night. I'm so glad this is done. I'm so glad this is over. Thank you for watching if you made it this far. I doubt many people made it this far. I'm doing all of this for no reason. This is gonna get 5 views, and those 5 guys clicked off like hours ago. This is truly for me, for no reason. But we did it. We did it. Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe. If you made it this far, like and subscribe. And have a good night. Go read a good book. Go read a book you like. Put down that book you hate. Just DNF the book, man. You don't have to do this to yourself. Don't be like me. Just find another book that you like better. Have a good night.